We can go ahead and begin the streaming now.
Maybe the thumbs up.
Oh, there he is. All right, thank you. All right, we have a number of guests tonight, some of which are sitting uncomfortably in chairs without arms over there. So I'm going to move items 6.3, 6.4, and 7.1 to immediately follow item 6.1. Looking for a second. Wait a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. First up then is 6.1, the Tiger Investment Club. Mr. Schleifer is here. Schleifer, I'm sorry.
If you're behind the podium, helps, if you speak into the microphone, it helps the recording pick up, so that would be great. You guys have a big night tomorrow night, right? Hopefully the board received their invitation.
Yes, I hope you did. I got the addresses.
Yeah.
Hopefully you all received that. So this is the report they'll be given at that banquet. Just kind of what we did all year. This first slide, the two numbers that really matter are the bottom one for current. We're at $131,388.74. If you look at the total value below on that snapshot, it's at 141. That we had to cash out $10,000 worth of stock to cover our yearly expenses, which are mainly three things. One, the banquet, which is roughly around $400, and then we give $5,000 out in scholarships. And then, depending on how well the club did in a year, we have money that teachers can request various things, or all staff can request various things. And this year, we're going to have $5,000 in that pool. So that's where the $10,000 is coming from. One thing we do during the year is we have a contest. The students break up into groups, and they're given $300 to buy as many stock of one company that they can with that $300. And these are the stocks that we purchased. The winner, which will be on the next slide, I believe, is this company, NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA. It has to do with AI technology, and in the short time that this group purchased this stock for the club, it has nearly doubled. So they picked a winner for right now. And then this is our bulk stock, the stock that's been purchased over the years. If you notice, a couple things on each slide will be our original purchase date, and then the current amount of shares we own and the price that they were at last Thursday, and then the number or the dollars that we increased in value on that particular stock throughout its life in our club. So this is Apple, McDonald's. One thing I'd like to, that kind of interests me when I was making this slide is notice a lot of the dates are 2010 or even older, 2002 I think was the longest one we had, so that just shows that the club has been around for quite a while. Visa, so these are just ones that we still own, kind of our bulk stocks. So, Triple M, or 3M. And then Boeing, we'll stop here quick. We no longer own any Boeing because we needed to get that $10,000. So I assigned the club, broke up the stocks into different groups and said make a case for selling or keeping your stock. And with Boeing's recent news, it was pretty easy to get a consensus to sell Boeing. So we sold that to get the money to cover our costs for the year. Then we still own Walt Disney, Bank of America. Yeah, these are just more of the stocks we do own. Some of these are the more recent ones, I believe. And those first stocks you saw, the ones that we didn't own a ton of, those will get resold after our banquet, and then that money will get used to do the contest next year. That might be about it.
That's it.
Okay, questions?
Would you mind telling, we have quite a few new board members,
Sure.
Would you mind just giving them a little, both of you, one of you, a little outline of what Tiger Investment Club does, how often you meet, who gets to be a part of it, just give them a little bit of background?
Excellent. Anybody can be a part of it. You don't have to take a specific class or you don't take economics or anything. It's open to freshmen through seniors. We generally meet twice a month on every other Thursday. A couple of things that we do is the stock competition that we looked at earlier. We do like one of those online fake money stock games where to see who can make the most out of $10,000, just so the kids are looking at it a lot. Then we just break them up into groups and have them assign them these stocks that you just saw. Just keep an eye on them, make sure that we should either keep or sell various amounts of those stocks. And then we sometimes talk about the economic news, current events.
It's a little historical, and I'm not going to remember all the details. Perhaps Jill will remember, but it was a long time ago, and money was gifted to each of the 3 schools in Jackson County, and I think it was $50,000 was the seed money for each one of the schools, and the Black River Falls Tiger Investment Club is the only one still operating with real money and real profits from those original gifts.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was right around 1999, because I was actually in the inaugural one at Rosemondoro. So
excellent.
That shows you how long this club has been going.
So you're in the inaugural, and now you're leading the one still going. That's great. That's great. Any other questions?
So, what was the initial investment to start this club with real money, not the fake money?
$50,000, I believe.
And we are 131,000.
131,000 right now. 131,000.
130. So we are above the regular investment.
Yes, and so every year, like if the stock market's good and we make money, we take some of that and then use it for teachers or any staff. They can request items, and then we'll go through as a club and approve those items. So like this year, we have $5,000 in that pool. So they might want they have these new writing tables that may not be in a traditional budget, but perhaps we could help out with that kind of stuff.
And my next question is, we have seen Boeing, which you sold out, and then McDonald's and many other stocks were there. Mm-hmm. So you folks don't buy cigarettes and alcohol?
No, we do have a number of rules. We stay away from those types of stocks. You can't buy penny stocks; they have to be in the S&P 500, that kind of thing. I did have a question from a student right away about like weapons manufacturers, so I read the bylaws. I couldn't find anything specifically against it, but he decided to research a different stock. So yeah, we're cognizant of the type of products that the companies are producing.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Mr. Schleifer, have you ever had any of the like local, I guess, investment folks come and talk to the kids about things besides stock that they could potentially invest in as they get older?
I haven't in the meeting times. Definitely something we could do. I was unable to get anybody for this year, but usually that happens at the banquet also. So definitely something I'm gonna try to do next year. And then I'll have to see if the high school schedule stays the same for next year, because our meeting times are dependent upon our bell schedule.
Okay.
So for stuff like that, but yeah, usually I would think those companies would be thrilled to come in and talk with young, interested people. So.
Sure.
How many students do you have?
22 in the club right now, somewhere in there, 22 to 25. So it's one of the larger clubs in school.
Would you introduce yourself?
Yes. Junior. He's a junior. Kenny Luna. He's here to observe. Hopefully next year he stands right here and does this.
I'm not too good at speeches. I mess up a lot, so I figured I'd let him do it. I practice not as many people.
Any other questions? Thanks so much for joining us. We hope everything goes great tomorrow night.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. This is Mr. Schleifer's first year facilitating the club.
All right, next up we have the school social worker report. Vicki is here for us tonight.
And I apologize, that was not in your packet from last week. It got dropped in there today. So once you get access to the folder, you'll be able to see all of this, but we will go through it now together.
Yes, it was a lot. Sorry. A little delayed. So I'm Vicki Mikulski. I'm the school social worker. This is year number 7 or 8, something like that. So I have kind of just summarized what I do within the district. So every week or every other week, I meet with all of the buildings, counselors, principals. That's what the CAST stands for. This year I was, and further years I will be the CHW supervisor, so our community health workers that we receive from grant money, supervising them and helping them navigate the families that they're working with. Took on the mental health navigator role this year since that position is no longer funded with the grant money. I participated in the Comprehensive School Mental Health Academy, which a group of counselors and I and AG Tamke kind of took on top of everything else this year and created a resource guide of all the resources we have available here at school. Taught a classroom regulation track for teachers for professional development. The super exciting are people and insurance committees, and I always do the highway cleanup because I like that stuff. And so then outside of the school, I also do a lot of work with the community. So I meet with the Jackson County social workers in both juvenile justice and children and family teams. We talk about our clients that we have in common and how we can help make sure we're on the same page with everything. I am part of the servant-led leadership group, which is also the Jackson County Homeless Coalition, was born out of that group, and I am the immediate impact co-facilitator underneath that Jackson County Homeless Coalition group. Together for Jackson County Kids meets quarterly, and then the countywide truancy task force hasn't had a meeting in a while, but every so often they call a meeting together too with the judges in the other districts and DHS. I was attending the Jackson County Resiliency Alliance, but that group has dissolved because it was all the same people that were at all of the other meetings doing all the same stuff. So one less meeting that we needed to worry about. The grants that I am able to work with, Good Neighbor, I receive those every single year, is $25 vouchers for families to shop at Goodwill. The EHCY is the homeless grant. So this year was year 1 of 3 years. I get $25,000 a year for that. Got last year, the Tiger Investment Club awarded me $300. I usually use it for school supplies, but last year I had plenty, so I asked for snacks and food for, not specifically for homeless kids, but for kids who may be unsheltered or just super hungry because they don't have access at the high school. So things that were more substantial than a bag of chips and a granola bar for them. And then we also received the counselors and Nicole and I got together to write the Stronger Connections grant, which we received, I forgot the zero, $300,000 this winter. The Deferred Expulsion Program is our DEPs. We've had this program since 2012, or at least that's how far back my data goes. So we've had 141 of them. This graph shows you how many we've had each year that we've offered them. The red line is the trend line. So we're getting more and more every single year. I think a lot of that is due to our vape detectors in the bathrooms. When we sign a DEP, when a student is in 5th to 8th grade, it's about 45% of our cases, and then in the high school it's about 55%. Most of our kids just have stuff on them. The rest of them are using in the bathrooms, usually. And I just added the THC vape column within the last couple of years, and it has already surpassed all of the other ones. But marijuana and THC vapes are two biggest things we have on campus. And then I redid these last two crafts used to be combined and I didn't like it, so I split them up a little bit. This is the outcome of the DEPs. So I currently have 18 of them that are still in progress. 76 of them out of that 141 have successfully completed the program. So that was the 59% success rate. 47 of them violated the DEP within that 1 year. And then 3 of them, after they had successfully completed their DEP, had another AODA offense after that in subsequent years. So that kind of captures the success rate of the program. And then when they're unsuccessful, this is what the consequence is. So for the 47 plus 3 that were not successful in completing the DEP, most of them were expelled. Some had changed districts, change of placement. 3 of them went to treatment for more severe cases, a couple dropouts, and there were some other cases that were really specific, so I wanted to lump them all together into another category for confidentiality. And so this data has been concerning to me for a few years now, and so I asked public health to come in and present Catch My Breath to all 5th graders. They had done 8th graders last year. So to try to catch them, 8th grade was like our tallest. Most DEPs initiated in 8th grade, so we needed to do something before then. So I wanted to catch them at 5th grade before they got to the middle school. So Catch My Breath is just an anti-vaping curriculum that they teach. And then the intervention part is within the DEP at the high school. We included a part where they have to join a small group taught by one of our counselors for Safety First about drug education. So they have to spend their lunch hour doing a few sessions of that. You guys have questions on that stuff so far? Okay, so you guys will get a better report on community health workers in the future, but just wanted to touch on them a little bit. They are amazing, and on the next slide, you can look at this closer, like in your packet. But we currently have Chris Stewart, Betsy Lindo, and Poppy Crow is at Children's. But those are our 3 hub community workers in Jackson County. Here are Chris Stewart and Betsy. We're serving 17 families, which is 32 children. And then 9 families with 10 children have been discharged for various reasons since Chris has started last April. And so these graph things are Jackson County's stats for 2023. I believe the first CHW started in March.
It was 23.
Right before Chris, so yeah. So since March to December, those are the stats for our CHWs. And then I also wanted to touch a little bit on the mental health navigating. It was a lot, so I didn't have much time to do a lot of stuff with this, but I did have 93 students signed up to receive services at some point during the school year. We had 15 different providers from 7 different agencies coming in, and I had recruited two more agencies to provide school-based services, and I have 2 more that I'm still trying to convince to come all the way here to provide services. So the more options that our families have, the better, because it all goes through their private insurance. It has nothing to do with us here at school. It's just us providing the space for them to meet. Now, are there any questions before we dive into homelessness? Okay. Oh, is that a question?
No, there was this slide before we dive into homeless. There was this slide types of substance way before.
Yep.
There were so many types of substance I never heard of. So I was wondering, my question is, do our school have teachings about drugs, that how bad they are? Any class?
Class, yes. So paraphernalia is just the
Oh yeah, these guys.
the things that you use to take drugs.
Yep.
Okay.
Paraphernalia could be anything that's used in the in the act of using any type of drug.
The vehicle by which drugs are ingested, right?
Right.
The vehicle.
So do our school have any class where we educate our students the danger of these things?
Yes.
We do have, right?
Yes.
That's good.
Okay, we'll jump to homelessness then. So as a recap for everybody, the school district's definition of homelessness is different from the housing development's definition. If a family is living with another family due to economic hardship or loss of their other housing, they're considered homeless. So if they're living in a hotel, in a shelter, unsheltered, or if they're minor students living alone in those situations, that's all considered homeless. These are my numbers for this year. I had to change these a couple times. I think this is the most updated numbers. 31 families so far this year, which is 68 kids. Not all of them are school aged because I am required to track all children in the home. So this is about 3.5% of our student population who does not have a home of their own to go home to at night. And so divided out among each grade level, that means we've got four Kers, 4 kindergartners, 4 first graders, or every student, 4 students in every grade level who would be experiencing homelessness. I included this because transportation has always been a thing in our community, a barrier for our families, and housing. So 8 of our families were originally attending Black River School District. They lost their housing and ended up having to go outside of the district to find housing, which means that we have to provide transportation back to Black River for them to school. And that's a lot when we have families living in Maryland and Toma and Osseo, and we have to transport them, figure out unique ways to get them here to school. This year, 7 families found permanent housing. 3 of them were outside of the district. So they are entitled to continue attending Black River for the rest of the school year, but if they're still stable in their new housing at the beginning of next year, they will have to attend the school where they are living or apply for open enrollment. 6 of our families had moved. I had 3 unaccompanied homeless youth, so kids who were without a parent or guardian in the home. And currently have 20 families and 43 kids experiencing homelessness. This is just a graph of over the last couple of years, what percentage of our students have experienced homelessness. So we're right around that 3.5% is our average. Wisconsin average was, I thought it was like 1.5, but according to this line, it's more like 2. So we're consistently above the Wisconsin average. And then this is how our families were living. So the blue line are kids, and the red line is number of families. So most of our families are doubled up. I had quite a few in a motel this year, and I was able to rotate quite a few through the shelter as well. But then my unsheltered number has been really high this year too. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question. I've noticed that you have a very amazing way of identifying families who are dealing with housing insecurity here in Black River Falls School District. Do you know how many other school districts in the state use a similar method in terms of surveying and questioning going into the school year as to where they're at with housing?
I don't have that information. I don't know if DPI collects that kind of information. Because we're just required to identify them, but we're not given a method to do that. So it's very different depending on what your district looks like and the population that you're working with. I don't know. Yes.
So do we ever take into account the culture with different ethnicities, like with the Ho-Chunks? Some families choose to live with parents, grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take that into consideration, or do we just say that because they're not in their own home that they are considered homeless per definition?
So the doubled up category, they have to be doubled up due to loss of their own housing or economic hardship. So if it is a situation where grandma's watching the kids and I'm helping with rent, then that's a mutual full thing, and that's just the way that they choose to live. That would not be considered homeless. So, but if they had broke up with a partner and had to move into grandma's with the kids because that was partner's house, then that would be a doubled up situation as they try to find their own housing. And so then I call or check in with all of my families who are still homeless at the end of the year, at the beginning of the year, to see what has happened over the summer. If, like in that situation, if they're still looking for their own housing, had found something, or if it became a mutual thing where, no, this is, I think, what we're gonna do for now, and if they're still considered doubled up.
Thank you.
This was data for my grant. I don't have it yet. So the grant was focusing on improving academic achievement for homeless youth. And I realized this year that that's super hard to track because of how many kids come and go throughout the year. I just had like 3 families within the last month show up and they're considered homeless. And so now I have to go back again to find all of their history, test scores and whatever to try to track to see if they're making improvement. And so I don't have the last quarter or trimester's data yet, but that will be coming. So hopefully next year I can have something more tangible to see. So it kind of also ties into the work that I've been doing with the Jackson County Homeless Coalition. So in January, we broke the Homeless Coalition into 2 smaller work groups. One group is focused, there you go. So we were born out of the servant-led community, the Jackson County Homeless Coalition, and we broke into 2 work groups because the sustainability work group is focused more on funding, systems change, and sustainable practices. Whereas there were a group of us who were a little bit frustrated because we're working directly with the families and they don't have 3 years to wait for a system to change to address their situation. So we created the immediate impact work group where we're working on those more immediate needs that families have. So we had 2 really large community discussions this year. In January and February, we had amazing turnout, much better than we had expected, which resulted in 126 members of the Jackson County Homeless Coalition. 27 of them signed up to be workhorses in the sustainability group, and we have 45 that elected to be in the immediate impact work group. So our current projects that the immediate impact group has been working on is the expansion to Jackson County for Family Promise of Monroe County. And so this was started by Michaela, had connections to Family Promise, and said, hey, take a look at this awesome model that they have going on over here. Let's see if we can connect with them and do something like that in Jackson County. And so kind of took that, and since it was more of a systems change, at least initially, the sustainability group has taken over from there. So starting in June, we'll have another community health worker who will be working with families through Family Promise here. I think that we'll probably have them join our immediate impact now that they're here and settled, because that's more their wheelhouse at this point. We're working on a furniture exchange, looking for a building, a place to house furniture and household goods for families who are starting over, in need, whatever. So all of these links are links to these specific resources. I wanted to model this exchange after the exchange in La Crosse, so that's where that link will take you. We rehabbed the shelter. I have some before and after pictures coming up later. They look really amazing. It's just a little bit left to do for the shelter. It was pretty sad, but it looks really good now. And we are currently working on planning an event for the point in time count. Wisconsin is required to count people twice a year, in July and January, how many people are sleeping outside that night. And so in order to boost our numbers, which is directly tied to funding, we wanted to have an event with food and resources and things to draw people in so that we can continue to count those people who are sleeping outside that night. Then I have a whole list of projects. Well, I didn't bring my good ideas, bad ideas, or no, but the bad ideas I
big
have.
idea person, so really big ideas.
I've got a whole list of things coming up, but so this
For
year-
another presentation.
Right. We're planning a sleep out with one of the churches to bring community awareness. Working with Mighty Table to expand to serve also homeless families that I've identified, and then bringing Ruby's Pantry to the community as well. So these are some pictures of the shelter. These are some really nasty before pictures. It was dirty, beat up, just kind of gross. And so on the top are before pictures and the bottom is after. So that's the living room and one of the bathrooms. And I had to put a shout out to the ELC church. I looked at the volunteer log. They had, I think it was 87.5 hours of volunteer hours, not including all of the bedding and curtains and things, pots and pans that they have donated as well. So we've got the kitchen and the dining room areas, and a couple of the bedrooms. So this is the only shelter that we have in Black River Falls. That's me, and those are my coworkers. Sometimes you just have to be reminded to stand up. So, but the shelter is the only one in Jackson County. It's an emergency housing situation, so families can only stay there for 30 to 90 days, and then they can move into transitional housing, which we don't have, or find their own place. I don't have exact data on this, but it would be good to have people who leave the shelter. At least this year, in my experience, every single one of them have went back to how they were living before they went into the shelter, because the 30 to 90 days just isn't long enough to secure permanent housing.
Any questions for Vicki?
Yes, I have just few quick questions. So you started out that you working 8 years ago, right? Before 8 years ago, who was doing all these things?
Mallory Knight was the social worker 4 years before me, and then I don't know. The principals, the counselors, the teachers.
So they were doing about taking care of homeless students, homeless families. Okay, thank you. And number 2 question is, Jackson County is a government. That is their duty to do this. They have a whole department of social workers that comes under the Jackson County government. They have like 30, 40 social workers. They should be helping you,
They're part of our coalition as well.
right? The Jackson County is a government. They have a legislatures, they have elected officials, they have judges, they have district attorneys, they have our police department, this full-fledged government. So they are with you with this very difficult task.
And just to be clear, Tara, so there's been laws passed that have directed schools as to what their parts are. The McKinney-Vento Homeless Act is very directive. Like when Vicki was talking about the transportation needing to be provided when a family finds temporary housing outside of our district, that's the law, that we have to transport them back. And so when you ask who did this before, I would say that those laws have dramatically changed and increased, and the education around them and the advocacy around them, all of that has really evolved significantly over time as well. So we too are a government entity, and we too have responsibilities when it comes to all these topics.
I love
But we
it. Give
can't
me
do
money,
it alone. Can't do it alone.
Give us some money to do this. If the government have imposed the laws on us, where is the money so we can help them? This is not free thing.
So she talked about all the
Jackson County board
grants.
meeting for that one.
Yeah, hopefully you will get a lot of grants to help. This is a very challenging task. That's it. Thank you.
One more, Vicki. Going back to THC, is there any other practices that you're aware of that that we should be doing as a district? Because this is obviously a concern and a growing concern for the district.
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but I know you're
No,
a big ideas person.
And I, thank you. I don't know, and I just threw that slide in there because it's something that I wanted to look at more in future years. And I know one of the things that I had brought up last year was the availability of Narcan, because you can correct me if it has changed, but so far, vapes that are laced with fentanyl have not reached Jackson County.
Not that I'm aware of.
However, in Wisconsin, it is a thing, and so if kids are getting these, what's that?
Nationwide, it is a thing.
If kids are getting their hands on these through black market, we don't know what's in them, and they could be laced and deadly. So not only for our kids, but our staff members and anybody else who's there to help with the situation. So availability of Narcan, I think would be a huge asset to the safety of everyone at school.
The advocacy with public health is much appreciated as well, right?
All right, well, if you solve vaping, let us know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vicki.
All right, next, I think we're gonna hear more about THC, our school resource officer.
I feel like we kind of have a theme so far, right?
And you're gonna get the same question, so.
That's fine. THC is an evolving topic right now. And I guess I'll just, since this is a topic up right now, have a quick discussion on this. One of the biggest issues that we're dealing with in the schools with this is not strictly just the Delta 9 marijuana THC, which is illegal in the state of Wisconsin, but we are running into a lot of the multiple hemp varieties, which are quasi-legal in the state of Wisconsin, to the point where there's really not much of a regulation to them. No real age restrictions, no real laws covering their use. So we kind of run into a wall with those at times.
And I'm going to pause for a second.
Yeah.
Our school legal counsel has told us that we can develop policy that determines whether we are going to hold students to the same level of accountability. So we can expel for something just because it is not something that
Correct.
he could cite over. So I just wanted to clarify that for board members.
Yep. I guess it affects my
Yes.
my involvement in dealing with it. All right. So I guess I put this together to kind of give you guys a brief overview. I know we have a bunch of new board members, and give you a little bit of a brief overview of my my position. I'm the school resource deputy for Jackson County. We started this position as a trial run towards the end of the 2017-2018 school year, so about April of 2018. And since then have made it a more permanent position. I'm shared between all 3 school districts of Jackson County. So between Black River Falls School District, Melrose Maduro School District, and Elm Center Hubbard Maryland. So between those 3, I do my best to try and split my time as equally as possible, but keeping my schedule flexible to the point where I can respond to the needs of each district as needed. In that attempt, I usually do half days in each district. So this morning I was in Elm Center this morning. I was in Melrose Maduro this afternoon, and I'll be in Black River tomorrow morning. And so that allows me to be in each district at least 3 days a week, 3 to 4 days a week, depending on how things work out. I realized pretty quickly early on that if I did a full day in each district, it would be 2 to 3 days before I would get back into that district. So this at least allows me to be in each district every other day. So I can get, kind of as I would term, boots on ground. I can be in the district, be able to make contact with administrators, make sure no big emergencies have come up or other things along the way. So the slide up now is the SRO triad that's put out by the National School Resource Officers Association. And it kind of gives a visual demonstration of the different roles of a school resource officer in a modern school. The base of that triangle is a law enforcement officer, so kind of that traditional security officer, helping out with the legal aspects, doing police stuff. But that's only one part of this, and honestly, it's probably the smallest of the 3 parts. The rest is as a counselor mentor, someone else, an informal counselor mentor to be able to make contact with kids, build relationships with them, and the staff, and be able to be there as the word says, or as the name says, a resource, right? To make myself useful to the school, the students, and the staff, and then through that also be an informal educator, trying to find ways to bring the experiences and the training that I have into the schools to be able to benefit staff and students. So, excellent. In this school year, kind of give you an overview of kind of some of the stuff I just said already, but I've been in the school district of Black River Falls all or part of 113 days over this school year. That's between August 23rd to what will be the 5th here. So this kind of push that out over the next couple weeks, so that will be through the end of the school year, the amount of days that I'll be spending in this district. And then, as I said, I spread my time kind of equally between there. I try and randomize my schedule a little bit, right? So I'm not necessarily always in Black River, on Tuesday mornings. I'm not always in Melrose on, Wednesday afternoons, or whatever the case may be. Keeping it flexible to be able to work with the schools as much as I can, and I maintain a Google Calendar that I share with administrators and other staff members as needed, so they can kind of see where I'm at and track what I've got going on. So some of the educational parts that I bring into the school through my training, Alice is kind of one of the big ones that we started out with. That's our active shooter response training, and I am an Alice instructor. Was one of the first, a group of 3 Alice instructors that we put together in cooperation with the Black River Falls School District and the Sheriff's Office. And I help out with the drills that we hold throughout the year, and then usually at the beginning of the year, we do kind of some updates for staff and some refresher trainings. I do Stop the Bleed for the high school classes. For the health class, we add this along with their CPR and first aid. It's kind of an advanced first aid where we talk about the use of tourniquets, chest seals, pressure dressings, more emergency first aid for life-threatening bleeding and stuff like that. It's something I'm actually really passionate about spreading throughout the community as much as possible. I also work with an organization we're starting called In Service to push out training that's needed in the community and to our first responders. And we're working on putting together training kits to be able to put this out more frequently to the community. There's so many different situations throughout our lives where accidents and different incidents happen where we have life lost because of lack of bleeding control. So if we can push that training out to the lowest level so that everyone has a basic understanding of how to use pressure, how to use a tourniquet, possibly how to pack a wound, different things like that, the number of lives we can save would be pretty significant in my view. So along with that, I also do NetSmarts. That's an internet safety training, and the NetSmarts program is put on by the National Center for Missing and Endangered Children. It is an educational program that they've got a bunch of different curriculum for everything from elementary school on up through high school, and teaches lessons about keeping your personal information safe, teaches lessons about avoiding predators on the internet, avoiding getting yourself in trouble through things like cyberbullying or sexting or all of these different aspects that we deal with through the internet. So I teach that a lot in the health class as well in the high school, and then wherever else requested. So we've done that down at Red Creek a couple times. We've done that at the middle school, but probably most of them, the ones I have the numbers on right now, were the 6 classes we've done through the high school health classes. QPR is something that I do along with the Together for Jackson County Kids group, which was mentioned earlier by Vicki. We teach QPR, which is a question, persuade, and refer, is a suicide prevention program. We teach that to every high school freshman across the entire county. So we teach in all 3 school districts. This year in Jackson County, or this year in Black River Falls, we had, actually I think we only ended up doing 3 groups, but it's usually 4 classes that we teach. This year for some reason we combined one into a very large group, and ended up doing 1 large group and 2 small groups. But ultimately it ended up being those 4 different classes. I do various classroom instructions, or classroom discussions, I would say more kind of co-teaching with some of the teachers at the high school and mostly honestly in the high school. Usually in the social studies department, everything from government classes to, again, getting into the health classes and talking about the alcohol and drugs, talking about the legal aspects that go along with the sex education portion of their class and all that kind of stuff. So actually I have a list on here that I broke down after I put this together of the classes I've been in and talked in. I've been in AP Psychology 3 times, Law and Society 6 times, USGP or American Politics about 8 times, Sociology 5 times, History 3 times, Criminology 3 times, Health class 5 times, Physical Science, I've got 2 coming up that I'll talk to, and then I participate in the middle school job shadow I've also had a couple of discussions with our 5th grade class over at Red Creek with some different issues that have come up. And then I guess other than that, we do have the Good Drugs Gone Bad program. I did not use that at all this year, but it is there as an option. It's geared more towards the junior high, 7th grade, and it focuses a lot on prescription drug abuse or prescription drug safety, like how to know what a drug is and how to keep yourself safe from that. So, excellent. Training that I have been through to prepare and to keep myself up to date for this position. Mental health first aid, both youth and adult programs, adolescent mental health through the National School Resource Officer Association, basic threat assessment, QPR instructor, ALICE instructor, the basic school resource officer course, school security assessment course, digital threat assessment, and then a wide variety of different webinar classes, everything from Speak Up, Speak Out to best practice for violence drills, trauma-informed schools, right to protest, all of those different topics. And a lot of those are presented and put forward by the Office of School Safety through the Department of Justice. And then there's kind of the law enforcement activities, give you some general numbers of different law enforcement contacts that we've had throughout the year. 13 assault/disorderly conduct incidents, 19 just generic juvenile problems, and that's kind of a catch-all that I use for anything that maybe doesn't clearly fit into an assault disorderly conduct. It could be something along the lines of more of a harassment, more of a kind of that bullying aspect, because bullying is kind of a touchy subject in that it doesn't really have a statutory definition, right? We don't necessarily have a clear definition in statute as to what bullying would constitute. But then we run 3 sexual assault complaints, 1 simple truancy citation issued. That's a more recent program that we've started, and we're working our way through making that effective and hopefully be able to use that more in the future. Not necessarily hopefully issuing more citations, but hopefully it has the effect we're looking for. As far as drugs, we've had 12 drug citations and or referrals. I don't have matching numbers for the 2 citations and 6 referrals, in that some of those, as I stated earlier, are the hemp variety of THC, which doesn't give me much of a legal option to move forward with. So the 6 referrals and 2 citations would have been for THC that would have been determined to be marijuana based or Delta 9. The determination of which option I use for that is based on age. So if they're 16 or under, I would issue a referral, in that goes to juvenile justice. That gives more options to juvenile justice to be able to effect change rather than just through a fine. And 17 or older is they're too young for juvenile, or too old for juvenile justice, so that would be where I would issue citations or ordinance citations for that. So did not have any child pornography / sexting complaints that or cases that we ended up investigating this year. I guess maybe the education is finally sinking in, or just no one's reporting it anymore. I don't know. Damage to property, we had 2, harassment, we had 2, and then 3 welfare checks of different varieties. So that could be anything from students that haven't been showing up for school to just concern at home when we want someone to check in on a student. And then 8, that would be my catch-all again on the bottom there. Everything from suspicious to mental health, a public urination complaint, and some utility problems over the summer. So, broken down by school, be 36 cases to the high school, 12 to the middle school, 9 to Red Creek, to the Forest Street, and then 7 over at Gephardt. So, and then I guess, kind of to close this out, before we take questions is, my question in this is, where do we find value, right? Where's the value in the program? And I'm hoping that the things I do bring value to the school, bring value to the community. And if you guys have any other suggestions or options as to how we can better affect that value, I'm all ears.
I have a few questions.
Absolutely.
Okay. So as you said that you have 3 schools, Melrose, Alma Center, Black River Falls.
Correct.
You go all these 3 schools you alone?
I'm it. I'm the only school resource deputy in Jackson County.
Do you feel that you are abused?
No, I don't feel that I'm abused. I feel like sometimes there could be more than one of me, but that's not a choice for me. That's a funding issue.
Okay. And then you were talking about ALIC, ALIS, AP Psychology, QPR instructor. You've been doing so many things in this school. Who is paying you?
My position is funded jointly between the 3 school districts of Jackson County and Jackson County itself. So the county government plus the 3 school districts.
Oh, okay. That is a very good. So you are paid, right?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Hopefully $100,000.
Sadly.
So this is only 3 questions I have. Maybe in the end of this our meeting, I will request for the future agenda to increase the salary. Thank you.
I won't argue that.
Anyone else have questions for Kat?
Same thing, I'm wondering if you have ideas from other school resource officers or the other districts in the county. Looking at, I think THC, vapes, I'm gonna put them in one category, right, as one of the biggest challenges our community and our schools face. I'm open for brilliant ideas as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I have any great ideas other than the continue forward with the education programs we're working on for the vaping. We can continue trying to reach out to the community, because honestly I think more than a school district problem, these are community problems. These are things that are not originating in the schools, right? Kids aren't finding these in school, they're bringing them in from outside. So somewhere in the community is where the origin of these issues are coming from. And I think as far as the vaping in general, there are some programs that we are trying to find ways to move forward with. There's In-Depth is a program through the American Lung Association. It is an alternative to suspension for some of our lower level vaping issues, so like the nicotine vaping and things like that. It offers more of an educational program that can maybe limit some of the suspension and some of the other discipline that the kids receive, and give them more of that education as to the harms and the consequences of vaping.
What was that called?
In-Depth.
Do you guys use like the canine dogs anymore through school?
We do. Until recently, we were kind of limited on availability. We had, was it a year ago that we had our last canine passed away?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had a canine that had passed away recently, and so we've been in kind of a cycle of acquiring new canine and getting him trained up and getting him back and working. And we are kind of at the point now where we could use that again. I'll be honest with you, right now, the Black River Falls High School would be a little bit complicated to coordinate that, in that no one's using lockers anymore, right? So that's lockers.
We've already
are,
talked about, we could simply
Yep.
ask everyone to leave their backpack out in the hallway and
Yep.
then go into their classrooms, that's all we would have to do.
There
We've
are,
certainly investigated this, but the
Yep.
dog problem is,
it's
Real.
doable. There's some more hurdles that we would have to overcome moving students around. So
Mrs. Penza has been very
Yep.
eager to make that happen, so, agreed.
absolutely. So a lot of it comes down to scheduling because we have one canine available, and trying to schedule to have him come in and do the school. Ideally, we would try and do it with more than one dog because an entire school building is a lot for one dog to tackle, and then that adds more complication scheduling to get other agencies to come in and be able to help. So.
Questions? While Sheriff Waldera is here, I just wanted to acknowledge for the board, we have several new members who maybe aren't aware. I just wanted to share our appreciation with Sheriff Waldera and Deputy Nosfish for helping us work through the simple truancy. While we heard that it is not being used aggressively right now, I really feel like there's a lot of promise, and as we make plans for next year, I think it's going to be an excellent tool in our toolboxes.
Absolutely.
And so I really appreciate that. We were stuck for a while without a resource, and so I really appreciate your advocacy and partnership on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, next we have our Focus on Purpose, our K-12 counselors. We have several here tonight, and because we have a number of new board members, if you guys could remember to tell us your names, that would probably make things easier for us.
If you actually just want to start, we kind of have it in order, elementary going forward. So I'm Brittany Bush. I'm at 4th Street. I'm the only counselor there. The other buildings both have 2 at each other site. There's about 300 kiddos at 4th Street that I see. So at 4th Street, we have counseling services, both individual and group, for K through 1st grade guidance lessons. Based around academic and career planning exposure. Along with Vicki and principals, school psychs, we sit on the CAST team to assess children in need, maybe some of the truancy, any ways that we can help students in that way. I was also a member of the Comprehensive School Mental Health, where we did the resource mapping. I'm the check-in, check-out coordinator for students that need for behavior. I am huge into conscious discipline. 4th Street is great at that. PBS Tier 1 and 2 on that committee, and the JUMP mentor coordinator as well. The JUMP we'll talk about with Red Creek. It is a team effort for us. So the curriculum, they all align with the American School Counselor Association standards. The 3 domains that were covered are academic, career, social, emotional, which we call life skills. The counseling services are individual as needed, same thing as group as needed or requested. So that can be by parent or by staff as well. The guidance classes, I serve kindergarten through 1st grade once every 6 days. And then guidance classes once a week for each 4th grade class. There's 5 on site. And then I just threw up some pictures. So on the right side, those are extra tools outside of the curriculum that we use. So we have a second step curriculum, conscious discipline. The littles really love the little spot people on the right there. And then the movie Inside Out really connects our students. And then this year, Michaela from the high school and I, as well as another high school history teacher, we were able to do an educator flight. So the Volksfield Air National Guard invited us to do an educator flight to help promote part of that career planning for our students. So even at the most basic level of kindergarten, we are starting to talk about careers. Anything else for me? I talk really fast.
So my name is Katie Bocek, and I am one of the school counselors at Red Creek.
I'm Carmen Hurd, and I'm one of the other school counselors at Red Creek.
So like Brittany, we kind of have a long list of things that we do at Red Creek. I know that as counselors, we all wear a lot of hats, so I'm not going to read all these, but our basic things that we do is we teach guidance lessons. We are also part of the PBIS team, so Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports. Carmen and I were part of the Stronger Connections grant writing. We handle 504s. We are part of Big Paws, Little Paws, which we'll talk about with Libby later, and we are part of the Jump Mentor coordinators as well. So for curriculum, kind of to echo again what Brittany said, we teach guidance lessons. So 2nd through 5th grade gets 1 guidance lesson every 6 school days, which equals out to about 30 guidance lessons per year. Carmen teaches 2nd and 4th grade, and I teach 3rd and 5th grade. And all of our guidance lessons align with the American School Counselor Association standards, and they split those into 3 domains. So academic, career, and social and emotional. For social, think of like your skills that you need to be a friend, or skills that you need to solve conflicts. And then emotional is just how do you regulate your emotions, because we know that kids struggle with that, but so do some adults. So just regulating those emotions and being aware of what you're feeling. Some curriculum that we teach throughout the year is the zones of regulation, which focuses on regulating our emotions. We teach empathy. We do career interest inventories in the 4th and the 5th grade level, so kids can get exposure to the careers that they have available to them. And then we also teach responsibility. In this picture to the right, we had some 5th grade boys. They were practicing some yoga as a part of the zones of regulation curriculum. We were practicing different regulation tools.
Okay, so on the left there, you can see groups. How we handle groups at Red Creek is we send home a letter to every single kid, every family, and then the parent can do a self-referral if they would like their kid to participate in group. You can see that we had 95 students that were signed up for group. Then on the right-hand side, it's a little bit hard to see, but we make sure that we document each kid that we see. Of course, sometimes we may miss putting it into our spreadsheet. But you can see that each one of us has seen individually pulling out of class 800 plus students this year. So you think about that, that's 1,600 kids that we have individually met with outside of the classroom, which is huge. One of the biggest factors that we end up seeing kids for would be family issues, friendship, and those would be the biggest areas.
And we just wanted to include a bunch of pictures of other things that we do. So if you look on the left, Carmen and I are both PBIS job coaches, which means we are all about promoting the Tiger Way. We want to teach kids how to be respectful, responsible, and safe, and really bring pride to our school and to the community. So we have things like Top Tiger Breakfast. We do fundraisers with the Big Check. We raise money for the All Abilities Playground. You can see up there is Mr. Jar in a snowman suit. That was at an assembly. And we have things, just celebrations to celebrate our school and our community. At the bottom part, you can see 2 check-in, check-out graduations, which means these students were at once struggling with their behaviors, but through this positive behavior intervention, they were able to graduate off of what we call a chart. So it was a really big success for those students.
And then other fun things we do would be the Tiger Council. We do that along with Miss Camera. And we've done cookie deliveries where we, kids packaged a whole bunch of cookies. We brought them to different businesses in the area. We have done things with our Tiger Council where they have decorated boxes for forward testing. So there was some kind of incentive for kids after they worked hard on the forward exam, that they could have fun and celebrate their success. Also, we had them making posters, just spreading encouragement to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders that they could accomplish great results with the forward. And then finally, that last spot there, we have Jasper. If you've never met Jasper, he is our therapy bunny.
New this year.
And he brings so much joy. I can't even tell you, you can have a kid that is completely dysregulated and you say, hey, let's go see Jasper for a second, and it just kind of turns it all around.
Jasper has a stroller, folks. It kind of freaked me out at first. there is a stroller to move Jasper around the school.
The kids love the stroller and they love to be able to even push the stroller sometimes. I know Carmen and I, we run groups in our guidance room and just the kids in the groups are just excited to be around him. That picture underneath the kid in the table is a drawing a kid drew of Jasper, so I thought I would add that in here.
Okay. Before you guys start in, can we just talk just for a second about JUMP? Just because that's a program, the board has talked in different ways about community involvement in the school. So Jackson United Mentoring Program, right? Is that still what it stands for? It used to be through Interfaith? It's coming later.
Yep, it's coming up.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was an elementary thing. I will wait.
Hi, so we're gonna shift to our secondary schools. My name is Chantal Tibbetts and I'm one of the middle school counselors.
And I'm Bob Schalk, I'm one of the middle school counselors as well.
So this is, again, I won't read all of them. These are some of the different activities. You'll see there's definitely overlap with some of the activities that the counselors do at the elementary level as well. We'll come back, I'll just mention Raise Your Voice is we actually have an activity today. This is my Raise Your Voice shirt. It is a student-led that's new in the high school and middle school, mental health awareness and advocacy group. So we'll circle back to that when we talk about collaborative efforts that we do together. More, I think, secondary, there's more of an emphasis on that academic and career planning as these kids are moving through our system. But yeah, otherwise it's a lot of the similar things you've seen from the other counselors.
And I think one of the nice things too is the mentorship. A few of our middle school students have started going down to Red Creek and working during their target time with some of the students down there, and I think the kids at the elementary school look really very interested and looking forward to their coming each week, and hopefully in the future we could add a little bit to that as well.
So we do a lot of focus on the counseling services. We have a lot of students that have, it's a spectrum when we think about mental health, so maybe less severe to more intense and acute mental health needs. So we do what we call minute meetings with our 6th and 7th grade students earlier in the year, where we sit, usually just out in the hallway, and we pull each student, I would say for like 1 to 3 minutes. One, to just build a connection, especially our incoming 6th graders, so they know who we are. We check in, we just ask a few questions. It's really focused on school connectedness and a sense of belonging. Because when you look at like truancy and things like that, if a student feels like they have a caring adult at school, that they are missed when they're not there, that can really make a difference in their motivation and desire to be there. So we do those minute meetings where we ask them some of those questions to assess like their level of connectedness and sense of belonging. And then 8th graders, usually in January and February, we do a much longer, it's typically I would say 20 to 30 minutes. We invite parents and they could attend in person or virtually, where we are kind of talking about where they're at academically, in what their career goals are for themselves, that transition to high school and how they're feeling about it, the job shadow that we'll talk about in a minute. So it's a longer kind of connection point as we look at that transition. Because again, that's another touch point where we sometimes lose kids. We want to make sure that they're feeling good about that transition. We don't, the emphasis in middle school and secondary usually isn't as much as those like guidance counseling lessons. We do some where we push in. It's usually like 5 to 7 times a year where the teachers are teaching second step as the SCL curriculum, and then we do some push and counseling lessons to help supplement what they're already learning.
And I think a lot of the students look forward to, especially to the career parts of it, because then they kind of have a sense of what information is available out there for them in searching for a career, where they can find that information, and it also is helpful to their parents because they're aware then of different career interest inventories and other ways of going about choosing what courses they're going to take at the high school when they get there, and how those courses will help them to prepare for what they're going to do after they finish high school.
Then as far as the one-on-one counseling, so responsive check-ins is not a scheduled check-in where a student or maybe a staff member or even parent will reach out and say, hey, the morning's been rough, I'm worried about the student, or I'm worried about my child, will you check in with them? We do some of that crisis response work. I didn't go through and tabulate, but we do quite a few. Crisis response where we're looking at either like risk of self-harm or self-harming behaviors, and then assessing like suicidality when it comes to like thoughts or behaviors or gestures. So with over 100 different students. And then the individual counseling, so when a student shows a higher level need of mental health concern, and right now we are in need of mental health providers in our county, therapists and whatnot. So it can take some time for families to get them connected, and so we will sometimes do that individual counseling, which looks like once a week for like 15-20 minutes. I would say anywhere from like 1 to 3 months, depending on the goal, and then if the need is still there, then hopefully that's that transition to a professional provider. And so for this school year, around 60 students received that short-term individual counseling support. And then groups, Bob and I both do groups as part of our multi-level systems of support during that target time period. So there were 4 different 6th and 7th grade groups that Bob did. The groups were usually 4 to 8 weeks, usually twice a week. The curriculum were the SAG and the Be Good People. And then I ran 4 8th grade groups. Again, very similar structure. One additional one I just finished in 8th grade girls group, Confident Me, which was focused on body positivity. Okay.
I didn't grow up in Black River Falls, but I've been up here a couple years now, and I've worked in a number of different school districts, and I just want to say how terrific the community is with helping students to get job shadows and experiences with working. I mean, all the businesses are always enthusiastic about having our students come for job shadows with them. On the trips that I've gone to on the bus with the students, the businesses have planned out several people that can spend a significant amount of time with each of the students in the area that they've chosen for their career. We always get good feedback from the businesses as well, and most of the time their feedback is that they would be willing to take Black River Falls students anytime because they feel that they have been very interested, they've asked good questions, and they would be more than happy to assist them further in any way they could to help them to find a career for themselves while they're in high school and after they're finished.
You might notice 2 of the pictures were taken at Nick's home.
You already know.
Appreciate
it. Just for everyone's information, it was probably 10 years ago that we didn't have eager participants in the job shadow, and because the school staff did such a great job of organizing it and setting the kids up for success, making sure that there are areas of interest for the kids, and the great structure that the staff set up, we have grown that program so much over the last years. Like 10 years ago, we couldn't find placements for all the students to go out and visit without it being like a whole bus in one location, and now you have so many opportunities for them. So it's really been a fantastic growth to watch.
In the bottom picture there on the right-hand side, that's a medical job shadow, and the students were given an opportunity to see their arteries there on the screen. So everybody's pretty excited about that.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Libby Seacard. I'm one of the high school counselors.
And I'm Kyle Burkwell. I'm the other high school counselor. So like everybody else has said, a lot of the things kind of overlap, even at the high school level as well, but I just wanted to touch base on a couple of those things that are out there that are a little bit different. At the high school, we have our testing season, so we just finished up most of our testing season, so the ACT, the forward, the pre-ACT, and ASVAB we all did this spring. We also have the Raise Your Voice Club at the high school. They're going to talk more about Big Paws, Little Paws, but that was started up this year as well. Libby runs the student recognition planning and program, so she does a lot with Students of the Month and recognizing our high school students. We do a What's Next night for our students to think about like what's coming after high school. Recognition nights. We are in the midst of May, which is our busiest time for the high school, because we have our law day banquet and our scholarship banquet and our all-school awards assemblies. We just finished up the first year of senior passion projects, and then this coming week is super crazy because we have our senior walkthrough where the seniors walk through and visit all of the different schools in the school district with their caps and gowns, and then they have their senior picnic, and we have graduation coming up this week.
So the big thing that we try to make sure we do each year is to meet individually with each student. through these planning conferences. As you can see, there is some overlap for each of the different grade levels with slightly different focuses depending on how old they are. We start right away in September with our seniors, do a final grad requirement check to make sure that they have everything they need, talk about what their plans are for after graduation and what we can do to support them in preparing for that final step, and then a final chat about their passion project before they get started on that. After senior meetings, we do freshmen. We invite parents to come to those if they're able. We really focus on the transition to high school. Again, introduce the graduation requirements because we want to make sure students understand that there are things they have to pass in order to earn that diploma in 4 years, and so just making sure that's clear. We highlight the importance of being involved in extracurriculars, much like Chantal said, finding that connection to school, identifying their circle of support, so an adult in the building that they feel they can go to, who 2 or 3 of their closest friends are, just kind of helping them to name those people who can be helps aside from Michaela and I. And then we do start that conversation of what are you thinking you want to do after high school, just to sort of see where they're at. And then we keep track of that to see how things change or if they stay the same throughout those 4 years. The other meetings that we have where we invite parents is 11th grade. 11th grade is a big year, heading into that final year of school. Mostly parents have a lot of questions at that time about what their student needs to do, and just finalizing all those last details. We do a review of grad requirements, their progress, talk about Laude, which always has a lot of questions. And then again, those post-graduation plans and an introduction to the Senior Passion Project. And then sophomore meetings are just with students, and it's really a lot of focus on junior year and scheduling and making sure that they are as prepared as possible. We encourage students to go on campus visits as much as they can. Students are allowed 4 days per school year where they can be gone on a campus visit and not have it be something that counts against their attendance. So we really like to encourage kids to get out and get on campus while the school year is in session. And we've also expanded that absence exemption to job shadows for students who know they're not planning on going to school after graduation, but they want to just get right into the workforce. So we work with them to set those things up.
All right. We also do counseling services at the high school. So we do individual responsive check-ins, and then we also do crisis response check-ins as needed too. Building wide, we have SEL lessons, so social emotional learning, right? But we really focus at the high school level on executive functioning skills, making sure that these students are ready to be adults when they graduate. Still focusing on how to be a good friend, even at the high school level, and teaching those good like daily skills, checking their emails, and getting them ready for adulthood. We also do academic and career planning lessons. Every other week we go back and forth between the two, and it's on Monday during advising for our students. We're in the process of kind of changing this up and figuring out exactly what works best for both our staff members and our students to do all of these lessons. Academic and career planning events that we do, like I mentioned earlier, the What's Next Night is for our senior families. We have different representatives from the schools there, military, and different businesses come too. We do a presentation for the senior families, and then after that they kind of break out into the gym and meet with all these different representatives and learn more about what their opportunities are after high school. At this point, some of them also, we talk about FAFSA because a lot of them might be going into school after high school. So we have somebody there in the future, at least we plan to have somebody that can help with the FAFSA as well. We also do 4-year campus visits, so on our ACT day, when our students are taking the ACT, our 9th and 10th graders go on a field trip. The 9th graders every year go to a 4-year campus visit. This year they did UW Stevens Point, last year they did UWL, and actually got to see WTC as well. And then every year the 10th graders go to CBTC, to their tech school, and do tons of breakout sessions and get really good experience there as well. And then had the opportunity this year to also take a couple of students to UW Platteville for an individual campus visit because they didn't have the ability to get there on their own with their families. So, yeah. Also introduced senior passion projects this year. So we used to do senior exit presentations. This year we switched it up and tried to encourage students to talk about something that has been a passion of theirs throughout their career here, all the way through K-12. They presented on them on May 2nd. We had 73 total projects that were presented, which is all of the students who were required to be there. They end up getting their projects done for us. It was a gallery walkthrough, so all of our students came through and got to see a little bit about the seniors and then get an idea of the things that they can be involved in for the rest of their high school careers as well. It's the first year that it happened, so there's definitely ways to improve, and I'm looking forward to how it looks in the future. Okay, now we're going to talk about collaborative efforts that we all do, and I think the first one is Raise Your Voice, so you can go ahead and skip right to that. So, we started at the middle school and the high school, Raise Your Voice Club. At the high school, we have around 55 members that were signed up throughout the year. We still had some joining in the last week even. I've had a couple reach out to me. We're at about 30 to 35 students attending consistently every month right now, which for a first year club, I'm super excited about that number. We're learning kind of how to run this new club and what that looks like and having a plan every month. But for at the high school level, right now, the activities that we've done were Bully Prevention Month posters, Unity Day posters. They chalked the sidewalks with lots of positive affirmations. I should actually talk about what Raise Your Voice Club is, probably. But it's a club that's meant to raise awareness around mental health and promote ending the stigma that is around mental health. So our students, it's student-led. I'm really just there, Libya and I, at the high school level to support them and all the ideas that they have. They did Red Ribbon Week ribbons, posters, and a hand sign that they hung up, so for like drug and bully prevention. World Kindness Day cards for the nursing home. They supported the Hoops for Hope basketball game. They did Mental Health Awareness Month ribbons, posters, and bracelets. They went down to, or they helped with the 8th grade that came out to do school tours. Our leadership went to a mental health leadership summit in Madison. And then this Thursday, for the third time that's been rained out now, we're hoping to go downtown and chalk the sidewalks. So we partnered with some community businesses and are going to put mental health things chalk down there as well. And then for Kindness Day, they all created stickers, around 500 stickers, and partnered with Dunkin' Donuts and Revolution Coffee, and they put their beautiful little mental health stickers on cups that were bought by customers. So yeah.
And at the middle school, we generally have between 20 and 25 students that come to each of our monthly meetings. Right now, the kids are really looking forward to chalking the walk on Wednesday, and they've also enjoyed the bowling and pizza family night that we had in Toma at the Strike Zone.
Yeah, I would just add, so we usually meet once to twice a month. There aren't very many middle school chapters. It's primarily a high school club, but when we reached out to NAMI, they were like, absolutely, there are ways to adapt it. So we're a little bit more involved. Bob is usually the lead, and I just kind of help co-facilitate at times with it. But it's fun to see them excited. And so we've partnered on a couple of the activities with the high school. Today we launched, for the Mental Health Awareness Month, we had like a big banner and a pledge. We talked about, NAMI's theme is take the moment, right? Take a moment for yourself. How mental health is always on a spectrum. Sometimes I'm having a hard day and I take that moment. Maybe another day, my coworker is having a moment. And so I take the moment to listen to him, right? And be that support. So the kids that were willing to be a part of that, they took a wristband, they signed the pledge, we had popsicles, because kids love treats, but it had a really good energy. So I think we're also really happy about like this inaugural year and how many kids we have coming. Like they're interested, they care about this. This is the topic that they're passionate about.
Then next year, we're hoping to have some class officers at the middle school for the club, because I think the high school really does.
Yep. And these are just some pictures of the events that we had this year. And then on the far right is one of our senior students who did her senior passion project on Raise Your Voice, and she was our club president this year as well too.
So next we are going to talk about Big Paws, Little Paws. This is a student mentoring partnership that Katie, Carmen, and I have been talking about for a number of years, and we're really excited that we were finally able to get it going. So Big Paws is high school students. This is something that's available to all interested students. They fill out an application and turn it in, and then we kind of went through and filtered through them, and then Mrs. Penza and I sat down and did quick little 10-minute interviews with those kids. We actually had 74 high schoolers turn in an application to be a Big Paw, which was way more interest than I ever thought would happen, and I'm super, super happy about it, a little bit overwhelmed. And then we interviewed 40, and we ended up with about 19, I think is what we're at, pairings. So I'll let you guys talk about how Little Paws So for the Little Paws for this first year, we did teacher recommendations. So we reached out to teachers and had them kind of think about students that they thought might benefit from some extra high school love. I know that's pretty much all kids, but we really wanted them to focus on kids that were maybe a little bit more introverted or just needed something to make them flourish. So we got about 20 Little Paw recommendations, and then we sent home a parent application form for them to fill out.
And on that form, the parent was able to say, these are the interests that my child has, these are their hobbies, these are some skills that I would like you to help work with my child on. And then at that point, we then looked at what the needs were, had a conversation with Libby about what the strengths were of those high school students, so then we could effectively match them so that they had the best case scenario for building a really strong relationship. And I think they have. We've got some really excited littles and really excited bigs.
They ask me a lot when they're gonna see their Little Paw again. So we've had three meetings this year, and the pictures up there show that. The first one on the top left was our first meeting. They ate Skittles and asked each other questions and got to know a little bit about each other. Our second meeting is the one on the top right. They just played board games. And worked on taking turns and understanding some of those skills that come along with playing games. And then on the bottom picture, that time we actually brought the littles to the high school, had the bigs give them a tour of the building, and then ended with some parachute, because that's always a hit, in the gym. And so our last meeting is coming up next week, and we're going to the littles will come to the high school again. We're going to walk to the playground and then just spend a little extended time together outside before the end of the year.
We kind of use this year as like a soft launch for this program. So we started small in hopes to grow it and kind of work out the things that we didn't anticipate coming up. So we are soft launching this year, and next year we hope to start right at the beginning of the year with more Little Paws, and we will have an abundance of Big Paws. So.
So between 4th Street and Red Creek, we are involved with Interfaith Volunteers with Jump Mentorship. So it's Jackson United Mentoring Program. So the volunteers go through Interfaith. They go through a background check, a screening check, and they do a really nice job onboarding them on what is expected of them coming into our school. Usually, this year, Red Creek had an abundance of volunteers go because ultimately they start in 1st grade. So I choose students that might need a constant, stable adult in their life, or maybe they're introverted and maybe just having that extra person to care and kind of bring out those the outgoing qualities. They play games, they just get to know each other, they bring some crafts. So I do have a couple in kindergarten right now, but usually I think we have 21 in total. I think about 11 of them are at 4th Street. And then they graduate through Red Creek, and then they stop at 5th grade, I believe.
Yeah, sometimes there's a couple that go into the middle school, but then middle schoolers decide that they're too cool for a jump mentor. So then we kind of rematch that adult for another student. So we kind of had teacher and counselor referral for these as well. And then Carmen's done a really good job of matching up the teacher and the volunteer and making them talk to each other and find out the best time that works for them, because it's kind of hard to go through a third person to set that up. So then the mentors usually come during the lunch hour or a recess time, so they don't miss any core instruction.
We also had one of our mentors that decided to try doing it during BLAST too, the after school program, just to hopefully minimize having to miss academics. But I don't think that worked very well, just because they don't really want to have that recess time to have playtime after school. And again, the kids are super excited about their mentors. Mr. Apps, I know he has tried to continue going into the middle school, but like she said, wasn't successful. We do have one 5th grade student that's going to be leaving that wants to continue seeing him at the middle school level. Long-lasting relationships come out of this program. We're very lucky to have the Jump Mentorship program at our school district.
Okay, so one of the things that we've also participated in this year is the Comprehensive School Mental Health Academy. So that was myself, Brittany, Bob, Vicky and Angie, and the 2 school psychologists. So we all went to this academy. There were tons of different schools there as well. We kind of picked something to focus on and like that we wanted to improve in our school district. Using data, it was a really long day, digging for data and seeing what exactly we wanted to focus on. Out of all of that, throughout the school year, we came up with our Ways to Wellness resource guide. It's linked in there. It really is just one guide that talks about all the different resources that we have in each of the 3 buildings, as well as our community supports. So Vicki did one big section on the different ways that she partners with the community and the outside people that are partnering with us as well. It's meant to be a resource for like new staff that are coming in so that they know all the things that are available. Staff that are here who are having conversations with families, and also to be online so that our parents know what is available for their students as well. There's definitely room for like improvement on it, but overall, throughout the busy school year, all of us working on it, we think that it turned out pretty awesome.
All right, so we know that we've said a lot of things to you guys. So future goals for the department are, we are in the process, we purchased a universal screener to identify students in need. However, we've had some technical issues with this, so we're hoping to roll that out in the fall, and teachers would fill it out, and then it would help identify students that are struggling, because it's kind of easy to understand when they're struggling externally, like there's the big behaviors, there's the yelling, there's the all that, but internalizing behaviors are more of like the anxiety or shutting down. So it'll help identify different things that are going on with our kiddos so we can provide supports. And then a couple of us up here are part of the Stronger Connections grant, and we earned it, which is super cool. So it's $300,000, and with that grant we have a few different goals. One of our goals is to increase student connectedness, so kids want to be at school, they are coming, they are attending, and they're happy. We're trying to increase mental health professional development amongst our staff and our families, so getting staff on board and as well as like involving community partners. And then we, as they just talked about, we have the comprehensive resource map. So those are kind of our goals of the department in the near future. Do you guys have any questions for us? Like I said, I know that we've said a lot of words to you, so we're just very excited to be here.
For the board's info, this is part of the Focus on Purpose, so once every 3 years, each of the departments comes, and so you got to see an awful lot about what this very connected, hardworking group does, but these come around once every 3 years, so just for your info. Anyone questions for them?
Do you do any like polling of the students as far as their willingness to come to the guidance offices and actually talk to you about careers, talk to you about maybe family issues, anything like that? I mean, just their connection with you as a staff.
Yeah, so at the middle school and high school level, they do the YRBS survey, which is like asking about those specific questions. And then at the elementary level, we actually, this year we did like a baseline data. So we asked those questions of like, do you feel comfortable at school? Do you have friends at school? Do you have an adult that you're connected to? So we actually just recently got done at the elementary level with that. And then the YRBS is every other year.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say, I don't think the YRBS gets a specific, like, do you feel comfortable going to your counselor? But it asks some general kind of safety questions and like sense of connectedness and things like that. But part of our minute meeting, some of that is addressed as well, like how comfortable they feel like approaching adults in the building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much for your time.
Now our room is about to get very empty.
Just hopefully cool down a few degrees. Is anyone else melting?
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
No.
Alright, so we're jumping back to 6.2, gifts and grants.
We had some extremely generous gift and grants. So the Black River Falls Area Foundation, they reached out because there was an interest in helping with school supplies, and they were asking about the EEF grant applications, and Keith Finch wanted to help in some way and wanted to help with school supplies. I shared what we had done last year, that we used kind of a school supply equity fund in which we took many items off of the parent school supply list and they were purchased from one lump sum location. Or I said you could certainly do grants for classroom teachers if they write them, you could choose to support them. And the next day I was notified that she was donating $10,000 to the school supply equity fund. So an incredibly, incredibly generous individual who's given in so many ways, but very, very kind of her. The Town and Country HCE Club, they gave us a donation for the Angel Fund program in the amount of $100. Unless they specify for school supplies, we put it in the general Angel Fund, which pays fines and fees and lunch account balances. So just so everyone knows. And then I did include for you all of the EEF grant applications that were funded this past year. I think it is interesting to see the diverse asks that teachers have, right? So the EEF this year awarded $44,123.77, and they received more applications than they ever have. This time, some of the trustees from the EEF wanted to go to each of the staff meetings and introduce the grant idea and encourage all staff to apply, and that worked out fantastically because they got more asks than they ever had before. And as you can see, there's their general award, but then there's a couple individuals who choose to kind of cherry pick some of those topics out of there and award them individually. I just wanted to point out the Adaptive Sports League that the board approved a few months ago. They've been slowly writing grants and doing fundraisers, and the Black River Falls Area Foundation is awarding their grants tomorrow night, and they just reached out this weekend asking how close they were to their grand total because they weren't going to fund the full 11,400 ask, but they wanted to know what it would take. And Jacob Schaefer, the kind of instigator of that, said we're fully funded for next school year. So that's pretty exciting. That from his idea and that opportunity, he invited some of the board members to go watch, and suddenly it's fully funded for next school year. So that's exciting. Those grants do need your approval.
All right, so I will move to approve.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next up is our annual review and revise of our core agenda. So this agenda drives the next year of topics. So this is not all inclusive of the topics we'll see, but these are the key items that the board covers each month. So we don't have to make any changes. This is considered the bare minimum. So in August, we will do our facility tour. We'll talk about the scorecards. We'll talk about our annual operating resolutions, and there will be additional things added on top of this. But
is it possible to add more to enrollment with, I know, Jill, I asked you about the in and out, and you gave me that total, and you sent it to the whole board. But do we do homeschool? Do we do private? Do we keep up any numbers for those as well as just those that are in and out of our district into another public district or school? Do we do like parochials or private schools? The homeschool numbers?
So if a family is going to choose to homeschool their child, they have to file with DPI. We could certainly print a number of the number of students who live in our school district whose families have filed to homeschool their child. I certainly can do that. I would offer that, yeah, we could do that. For the private schools, they don't have to notify us, and Jill has talked about that last year when we got our state aid formula, that it will tell us a dollar amount that is leaving our district to pay for private school vouchers. Accurate? Yes.
Right.
And we have no idea who those students are, how many students those are, we don't know that. So families who are choosing to go to a private school, which I'm gonna lump private and parochial together because I think they're the same, we have no way of knowing that. So if you are asking for an enrollment final count, we can certainly add that. I would suggest that we probably do it in June because open enrollment, as we will talk about when we get to that piece, there are some families that are listed on the open enroll out like 3-4 times, and they might end up here next year. We don't know that, right? So by June, all of that year is shored up, and we would have a much more full idea.
Yeah. With the private schooling, and we talk about dollar amount, how much is that dollar amount? Can you just review that again? Do you have a rough idea, Jill?
I do not know that offhand. So we send it out, but we also get a revenue limit exemption for some of that as well.
Okay. Private school we don't send out though.
No, not for private school.
Yeah. I just want to make sure
For the
we're-
vouchers,
Okay.
for the vouchers, but private school I don't.
Would you ever, do we know the amount that we would send out for,
For the vouchers we do, but not
a head count of?
Right, we don't send money to private schools unless they're a voucher program.
And so just to clarify, so everyone's talking the same language, right?
Yeah.
So when a family chooses to send their their child to private school, sometimes they will apply for and receive a voucher. We are notified of that.
Okay.
Sometimes they just go to the private school, they don't ask for or they don't receive a voucher, and we have no way of knowing that that is happening.
Right.
So any number that we had for private school would be fuzzy math at best. And so not worth reporting because it would be inaccurate. We could say how many voucher students we had, but we would not know how many private schools. And like we said last year when we were looking at that, it was frustrating because our number of students who were attending a private school through a voucher had increased, and we have no idea what grade level, who they are, where they live, what school they're attending. None of that is reported to us. Whereas homeschool, the parent fills out that report with DPI, and we get that. And then open enroll out, we approve each and every one of those. For some reason, private schools aren't held to that same process.
Thank you.
So I added to June total enrollment numbers, which includes voucher, homeschool, registrants for that year, as well as open enroll.
Thank you.
With the Amish.
We through our Title I program, I don't know if everyone heard you ask if that included the Amish. Through our Title I program, we are required to reach out to the Amish school and ask if they would like services, because we are required to provide services to any schools in our region that aren't public schools. And we have a letter that we mail to them each year, and we receive 0 response. And so that has been our process for quite a few years.
Jeanette, I can email out the voucher stuff from last year. I don't yet know that. We don't know that till June when they reconcile it, so.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
Any other topics you would like to make sure that the board discusses on an annual basis? To be honest, that's where the school resource officer report came from. That was an ask by the board at some point. Same with Vicki. June, we have an awful lot of end of year reports, nursing and theater and a lot of things that you just get to hear once a year. So.
The exit interview piece is on there during the month of September, I believe. It looks like it's new.
Yep.
Am I correct in that?
Yep.
Any particular reason why we chose September? Just a little lighter month, or
So
just time to compile?
The hiring season goes until beginning of September when we start school, and so we literally have people that resign the week before school starts, and so we just felt like that was probably the most complete for the previous year. And we've been inviting people to fill out that form for 20 years probably, and last year was the first time the board asked to see it, so that's why it is new on there. So I've had it, I've looked at it, I've shared it with admin, I've shared it with our people, but the board asked for it last year, so that's why it's new there.
Is it a percentage of responses you typically get from people exiting?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head, I really wouldn't, I'd have to go look.
That's fine.
Yep, and I will just tell you that there are some people who are so clear to their principal, like, and in their letter of resignation, it's like, I'm so sad to do this, but we're having a baby, I need to move closer to my parents, right? So some people are really clear, we send them the survey anyway, and they just, you know, they just choose not to fill it out, is what has happened. We used to report out kind of a compilation of this many people left to go to another district, this many people left to leave education, this many people left to move home, this many, right, like that kind of information. But
Shelley also offers to meet with people in person to do their exit interview, so we do have people that do that wouldn't be on that report.
when I'm talking to them, I usually type their
Oh,
answers
you do?
in so that they're in that
Oh,
form.
okay.
So as they're talking, I'm filling in the form so that we have that data in there.
Shelley, do we do any exit interviews with those who have been fired or let go?
Would they get the form as well?
No.
Nope, we do not. If the board would like to direct me to do that, you certainly can do that. I would say it's gonna taint the data unless we separate the two pools in some way, but your choice.
All right, so I'm not seeing any changes, so I'm not counting, we're adding that data, but I'm not counting that a change to the core agenda, I guess.
Is enrollment already on there for June? It's not, so
Oh,
I
it's-
added,
oh,
I
okay,
added
enrollment
total
is not
enrollment
on,
numbers. I
okay.
don't think so.
I didn't see that.
No, I added
Okay.
total enrollment numbers, which
Okay,
includes
'cause I'm guessing-
vouchers, open enrollment,
Okay.
out, and
So I'm
homeschool.
thinking open enrollment, you got that this month.
Correct, right,
Yeah.
but that's just approvals for
Right.
next year, not totals.
Okay. So that is, okay, so we have one change, we'll be looking at enrollment in June. Anything further? All right, so Jeanette, do you wanna make that motion?
Can I just pause you for 1 second?
Yep.
June is typically a marathon meeting. If you look at July, it's much shorter. Just saying, you choose wisely, but it could just as easily go
I'm
in July.
okay with July, I mean,
As I was looking at June, I'm like, maybe.
yeah,
June does get very long.
Okay, so if you would amend that to
I would amend
July, thank you.
yes. I would make a motion to add enrollment to the July calendar.
Is there a second? I will second that.
Second it.
All right, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, motion carries. 6.6, the pupil non-discrimination report.
Angie Tempe's gonna highlight some of her very tedious work and efforts that she's been doing.
Hello, I'm Angie Tamke, Director of Special Education. I hope you enjoyed all 37 pages of the non-discrimination report. Lots of people contributed to this. Nate Erickson and I had the task of kind of coordinating it, but you'll see we had a list of contributors, and that probably isn't even everybody, but those were the ones who we got very specific data and very specific information from. And that the whole purpose of it is that to gather from several different departments and areas. So we were this self-evaluation happens every 5 years. Typically, it is due in January when it's due, but this year they extended it to May. And they asked us this time to look at our board policies, our enrollment trends, our curriculum, materials and counseling, discipline, athletics and extracurriculars, scholarships and recognition, items of non-discrimination, particularly like Title IX sorts of complaints, and then technology and electronic communications. And so we dug through policies and handbooks, and I think that's maybe on another slide. So yes, there we go. So we looked at policies, we went through WISE data, we looked at some staff managed data. I went through handbooks after handbooks after handbooks and course catalogs. We interviewed all sorts of departments. The counseling office really provided a lot of help and support in completing this report. Did some investigating of our website. And then we looked at some of our survey data that we had gathered. And so we looked at some of the questions really focused on that whole range of 5 years, and some were like, just how are you doing now sorts of questions. And so what we found overall was that there are several things that we're doing well in regards to pupil non-discrimination. Our collaborations with CISA 4 for improving practices, our ongoing partnership with the Ho-Chunk Education Department, our family engagement opportunities that happen throughout the year at all grade levels, and a variety of programming that we offer to our students to meet their needs. All of our alt-ed programming and options, different pathways to graduation, are ways to meet the needs of our students. But we also recognize that there's work to be done. We had to list within the report like what our findings were and report some of our evidence and then make recommendations. And so some of the recommendations that we made were more frequent review of district policies. We have a lot of policies. And so it's I would imagine, a pretty daunting task. It is recommended every 5 years that a policy is reviewed, and Dr. Severson and I talked, and it's a long, slow process, but there is a policy committee that works on that. More means for family involvement in the self-evaluation process was indicated. We looked at the family surveys that have gone out, and we get about 10% return on those surveys, which is great that 10% are wanting to voice their opinions and have their voices heard regarding our school district, but that's a pretty small number. We found some discrepancies in some of the data for our discipline data, and so we want to make sure that our school secretaries are understanding how to accurately report data in Skyward, particularly if you've studied all 37 pages. In the discipline section, I noted that our schools, our in-house data keeping, so Vicky keeps track of all of the expulsions in a year, and so that data indicated more students than what were reported through Skyward. And we think we found the problem. We think that it was because when a student is in special education, and if they get expelled, they still receive services. And so then they have to be reported a certain way. And we think we figured it out, so hopefully it's not an ongoing problem, but it is one that will need to be monitored. And then we want to fully develop the strands with collaboration with the Ho-Chunk Nation Education Department and really define those roles and responsibilities. It's been a lengthy process and a lot of work in that collaboration and making it very purposeful. And so the plan for achieving those recommended improvements is the admin team will take that non-discrimination report and delegate duties. There are time frames within the report, kind of loose goals, but setting tighter due dates and making sure that action happens and is taken. So,
after Angie's analysis, the middle school has already fixed their reporting because we just didn't know it was broken before, so that was good.
So now what happens is we will have to have school board approval of this report that you got in your packet. There's this fancy form, PI 1198, Assurance of Completion, and Dr. Severson will sign and submit that to DPI by May 30th. The report is available for examination to residents of the district, and then it has to be submitted to DPI upon request. However, we don't actually submit this report to DPI. We just submit the assurances that we did it and then have it at the ready if they were to come back and check to verify that we actually did it. It's a little disappointing because I put a lot of work into this report.
She wants someone to see it.
I need everyone to see it. But so that's where we're at with the report. Do I have one more slide, Jill? Nope. No, that was it. Okay, I couldn't remember. I did it last week. It was a long time ago. So, any questions about the non-discrimination report?
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
So we do need approval of that?
Yes, we do.
A motion to approve the 5-year self-evaluation of the students of pupil non-discriminatory quality of education opportunities written report.
Thank you for saying the whole name.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion, a second, further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, TCO update, Shelley was not available.
I could do it. I just wanted to give a quick recap of the year that we had. It was our first year, and for those of you that don't know, the Tiger Community Organization was kind of a rebrand and a rename of our past PTO, which is a parent-teacher organization. Michaela did a data walk about a year and a half ago and recognized some needs that we had in the community, and out of that data walk, we decided that further discussions should take place. So we kind of moved that forward, and Nick actually named our Tiger Community Organization. I wrote a mission statement, and a lot of us in this room have continued to hit the ground running. It was our first year, so like with anything, there's definitely room for improvement. But we did hold monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month at Red Creek Elementary School at 6 p.m. We also had several subcommittees that met throughout the year. We participated in the homecoming parade. We did some teacher meals during conferences. We did some boo baskets for our teachers and staff in the break rooms. I didn't have like very specific numbers for this, but we tried to do several fundraisers this year. I could think of 3 off the top of my head, raising approximately $2,500 or more. We also tried to do a lot of staff appreciation to include janitorial staff, bus service, people that maybe don't get appreciated or haven't been appreciated in the past, and moving forward we'll make sure to touch on those groups that maybe haven't had a special day of recognition. At our last monthly meeting, we just came up with some quick goals for the year. That would just be in the following year to just grow our membership and then up or extend our communication to include a monthly newsletter, which would go home with each student at each grade level so that we could communicate with the parents better on what we've done and accomplished. And then also to add 3 additional fundraisers to the following school year, as well as fine-tune our financials so that we could provide equitable distribution of funds across all of the schools. We did fulfill a lot of teacher and staff requests this year, so we are really proud of that. So that is that.
Thank you. All right, questions for Amy on TCO? All right, moving on to the 7 series, we did 7.1. So we have employment recommendations, need our approval.
We have one additional new employee, so you see that we have Patrick Keller as our network support specialist. I don't know those of you that saw the Vex Robotics presentation. It is the same dad that was here with the Vex Robotics is now going to join our team, which is exciting. And as of late last week, after the packet was created, we have hired Justin Howe, who is also going to be replacing Peggy Gordon in our technology department. So we were getting extremely nervous about the IT department and needs as those individuals were leaving quickly, and summer is when an awful lot happens. Erin was back there as our sole survivor, right? And so we're very excited to bring both of those individuals on board. I will share with you that we have lots of interviewing happening for the elementary positions. We are still really struggling with middle school technology education and middle school family consumer science. And I have to give Mr. Nortman some kudos because he is aggressive. Like if he finds out from another principal that a good individual interviewed and didn't get the job, he's like, I don't care what you're certified in. If you like teaching and like middle schoolers, let's talk about possibilities. He really is working hard to get those positions filled. You met a tech ed possibility today. I won't ask you right now how that went, but you met with somebody today. So
fantastic.
Just know that those are really, really tough positions to fill, and our high school alt ed and 2 special education at the high school, those are also going to be really tough fills. Really tough fills. Just letting you know that.
I have a question, Shelley, on Brittany Slowey. Is she part of the ESSER funds?
So
and that is why. Okay.
So she was part of the ESSER funds as an instructional coach, and then she was going to transfer into the at-risk or the can't think of the word. Alternative education, the one I just said is gonna be hard to fill. She was gonna transfer into that role for next year, which is not ESSER funded. And then she had an adorable baby in February. And then she told us 2 weeks ago that she was staying home with her adorable baby. So I
That's a
totally
fair
get
job.
that, right? I agree 100%. So she was ESSER funded, then moved into a Fund 10 job or intended to, and then resigned because she decided to stay home or at least find something closer. She traveled from La Crosse. And just for everyone's info, I did just throw it out there. If we had a child care center where the child could ride with you for an hour and then stay for the day, she goes, that would be a factor. But anyway, she's leaving us, is the short story.
The positions that we find challenging to fill, like how is our connectivity with the universities for graduates? I mean, do we have?
We reached out to basically every university in Wisconsin for the tech ed department, and we reached out to the university for the SES.
Are we active at the time of need, or are we active continually whether we have a need or we don't have a need?
Time of need is what
Okay.
I didn't foresee one of our people leaving, but right now the problem is I think we have 23 openings in the state of Wisconsin for tech ed. We have 9 graduates, so it's there's not a lot of people in that.
And that is an area, well, so tradesmen, right? You can make an awful lot more money being a tradesman than teaching people to be a tradesman. However, there are more communities that are finding alternative pathway people. So people who have this skill set and a bachelor's degree, that there's alternative pathways towards licensure. But there's just not enough people. The universities, I would say speech and language paths are the same. There could be 60 jobs posted in the state and 11 graduates.
So I will move to approve the employment recommendations.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We have the 8 series, 8.1. Instructional complaints.
So I don't know how the board would like to address this. This was an item brought by Nick. Dr. Sullivan certainly has some things that she'd like to share as well. I don't know if you'd like an update from us as to what we do for differentiation first, or want to have other conversation first.
I think an explanation first would be nice.
Nick, do you want to go with what you originally brought forth?
Yeah, basically, through my course of the years of having students in the school and talking to other parents and some teachers, I do realize there is advantages of the way they do it now, but I feel there's more advantages of dividing up the kids at their learning level within a grade and teaching to them at their level, rather than trying to teach to a group of students where, say, some of the kids are above grade level maybe a year, and some kids are at grade level and trickling down to maybe 3 years behind. So you're talking at like a 5-year gap almost. So it just seems to me like, as a teacher, that would be a tall order as compared to teaching a group of students that are all kind of at the same level or really close to it. So I guess what I do with managing stuff is I try to set people up to be successful and make their job easy, not challenging. So it's hard for them to fail, So rather than, give them why make life harder than it has to be, I guess, So, you might hurt some kids' feelings that they're maybe not at the top of their class, but maybe it will drive them to try to be a better student. It just seems like it makes a lot of common sense to me,
So Nick, like one piece when I reviewed the paperwork, I was trying to differentiate between like how you're going to choose which grade level, which is it at the end of the school year then that the kids would be evaluated and that would affect like going into the next year, or is it like throughout the year where they have an opportunity to change?
There's a few different tests given, and I think, obviously it'd be more than once a year, and then obviously, some kids are good at math, some kids are good at English, so whatever level they're at for that subject, they would be grouped accordingly.
Do we have any faculty that have been in that type of learning environment that we could potentially have come in and talk to us about advantages, disadvantages, anything like that, or within the existing district?
Melrose does a lot of this.
Melrose is currently doing it?
I feel, I know like when, back in the day when I was in school, I can go back there, I remember in our middle school year, which was for we weren't in 6th grade, was still in elementary, so it was 7th, 8th, and 9th in the middle school, that way. And I remember after my 8th grade year, and even going through, it was based on what our ability was, where we fit in to which group. And I remember at the end of the 8th grade year for math, it was either you were in basic still, or you were in elementary algebra, or you were in algebra 1. And I felt like, everybody was at the same level of where they were supposed to be. So the teachers met, they decided on where each student fit in. And I never felt like I was left out, or if I didn't make it into a high group that I wasn't smart enough, But I think each person, each student, to be put in with kids and I think of kids right now who are struggling to learn, to be put in with with students who have the ability to learn faster, because not everyone learns at the same rate. And by taking and separating them out, I don't want to call separating, but just looking at what their capabilities are, I would think they'd be able to relate and be encouraged to want to learn, versus being with students that are leaders that do take over things. They're not given that opportunity because it shuts them down. So I liked the approach, because what we are doing right now isn't really working. And I know that we have tried this in the past, but we also are working in a different setting as far as post-COVID. We are dealing with mental health issues. We are dealing with a lot of cultural things within our own school district and in our schools. And I wonder if we did it, what would our kids' success rate be? I don't know. I know that there's a lot of pros and cons, but I guess I'm with Nick. I think it's a great idea to try it, because.
Could I ask for clarification? You said Melrose is doing it. I really need help understanding exactly what it is, because I have a daughter-in-law who teaches 4th grade there and a son who teaches high school there. And what you guys are describing doesn't sound anything, so I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking for is the moral of the story. I want to know exactly what you think it is, so I can better understand.
Dividing up their learning.
For what? So here, I teach 3rd grade. I get my class of 3rd graders, and when it comes to reading time, my kids that are reading similarly are going to stay in my room, and my kids that are above are going to go to Brad's room. My kids that are below are going to go to Amy's room. But I'm going to keep part of my kids, but also take part of all of their kids. Or we look at their math and their ELA and we group them for a whole day, and my kids that I have in my class all day are of similar ability. Like, are you talking about switching just for math and ELA? Or are you talking about for their entire school day, kids are separated based off of a test score?
I wouldn't say the school, entire school day, but.
So then we're talking about second graders switching classes.
Could I interject for just a second? I feel like in some way, shape, or form, we're already doing this because children who are at an elementary school level, if they are behind, they're being pulled and given special supports as it is. And then at the middle and high school levels, this is already happening in the natural order of things when students are placed in their classes. Is that a
For high
fair
school for sure, and 100% during target time, all kids are receiving instruction at their level. So we have some kids during target time that go for intervention and support, and some that go for acceleration during target time.
So in essence, it's already being done
to some
at
extent.
each level to some degree.
I don't think I would say target time is like a half hour a day. And a lot of times there's other activities going on during target time. So it's like just a fraction of the day, you know? And I guess the biggest problem I see is the kids that are ahead, they're not engaged and they're bored because I already know this.
And that is an overgeneralization in my opinion, because we have some kids that are taking algebra who thought they needed to be there and then they're not successful because it's hard work and they were incorrectly placed there. So I'm gonna just back up one step and just tell everybody what we do. We track for gifted students, so there's a big difference between a gifted learner and a smart kid who catches on the first time that they hear it, right? So gifted learners, the national norm is 97th percentile and above. So 97th percentile and above. That's a small number. We track kids from the first time they take a nationally normed assessment all the way through senior year, how many are 97th percentile and above. And I would say we average 2 to 4 people per grade level cohort that we would consider gifted. Those students, we are talking to their families about enrichment opportunities through virtual classes or through accelerated. We certainly customize for those kids who are truly gifted learners. Our problem with moving kids in and out of accelerated math classes throughout the year based on their assessment is at some point they have to skip a grade level, right? So the 8th grade this year who jumped into Algebra 1, they're taking 8th grade math and they're taking Algebra 1. That is not ideal, but if they didn't take 8th grade math and Algebra 1, they would have to skip some content somewhere, right? And so a strong math student doesn't just know things, they just need to hear it one time and then they're ready to move much, much, much faster, right? So it's not like they just inherently know it, they don't need it repeated or need to practice it 100 times. So agree 100%. During the regular math class, here's the core instruction, and then kids are on Mathia, which is self-paced and self-leveled. And Dr. Sullivan's got a great example of watching students that are working what their test scores look like when they keep going with Mathia, which is at their level, and their success on their assessments versus when teachers backed off of Mathia for a while because they said, I just feel like the kids are taking too much time at the computer. And then we saw the test scores start to drop. So there are ways to give kids instruction at their level without missing the grade level content the first time too, if that makes sense. Like skipping grade levels is sketchy business in math because it's so cyclical, right? I mean, if you miss when they introduce fractions, you're gonna struggle throughout, right? So what we're currently doing is during the regular core instruction that Mathia gives practice at their level and target time, which I know advising there's lots of, or focus, there's lots of interruptions. I don't know how many interruptions there are during target time. I would have to ask the principals how often that happens.
Once we get closer to the end of the year, there's more interruptions, but it's supposed to be systematic. And as far as the interruptions that you're alluding to, we're hoping to be even more systematic so that it's consistent at every grade level with a program and students that filter through more easily into these groupings that we're talking about. For instance, somebody might not stay for a whole 3 months in one group. They would be able to test out of it and into the next group. And so we're looking to be more systematic with our approach.
And I think math is kind of the crux of this problem because we offer up to Calc 1, AP Calc in high school, but to do that you have to complete Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, Trig Pre-Calc, whatever flavor we're calling it, right? And AP Calc, that's 5 math classes in 4 years. and I like the idea of Algebra 1 offered in 8th grade, but, you know,
But I
at
think
some point, whether it's high school or 8th grade, you're taking 2 math classes. And
Right, and I think there's a way to get at it with Mathia. If we can look at the Mathia reports, and when kids get to this level, it's the equivalent of the 8th grade. If they are moving through it that quickly, they could get to the equivalent of the 8th grade, and then they could move into an Algebra 1. We've talked, we would love to have one of our 8th grade math teachers teaching Algebra 1 so that it wasn't such a weird scheduling thing to get one of the high school teachers over and all of those stars needing to align. So what we've talked about is, can we systematically make sure that Mathia is being used, and where's the 8th grade line, so that we aren't having kids having to spend, because I personally think for an 8th grader to spend, the math block was, Mr. Nortman, how many minutes was math block?
76.
What?
76.
76 minutes and target time?
38.
That's a lot of math for a kid who's already good at math in a day. So I'm not disagreeing that we definitely should try to do Algebra 1 in 8th grade. I agree that would be a fantastic tool, and we should try to find a way to do it. I think that this year we had some extra math teaching time available from the high school, so we said, hey, let's offer it. And then we wanted to fill a whole classroom section, so we put 20 kids in it, Mr. Nortman, how many kids?
17.
17 kids in there. And not all of them were ready for it, and not all of them are being successful in it. So I just think that there's another way to do it without the double dose in one grade level as well. Yeah.
What school did you say? Melrose is practicing this.
According to some of the parents I've talked to, they do it.
They might for some content.
I don't go to Melrose, I don't teach at Melrose, I just going off of what I've heard.
So is it okay for you to visit Melrose School and find out if this homogeneous group they're practicing?
So my daughter-in-law teaches 4th grade there, and we've really talked a lot about it. My guess is that it's like the target time, because I've asked her, do you have your kids all day? And she goes, except for our intervention period. So my guess is she has her class all day. And if you asked her kid, yep, I go to Casey's room for some part, and there's, a bunch of readers like me or something like that. So my guess is that's what it is, but I 100% will seek clarification on that.
Yes, because I do come Black River like 5:36 after work. By that time they close and they go away. Since you are here in Black River, have a visit, let's learn. I'm learning a lot in Toma School District. Sometime I will share. So, last year we have a report here, Mr. Notman was talking about, and I have the link. It says 6th to 8th grade mathematics, 110 students are 1 grade level behind. 35 students 2 grade level behind. 69 students are 3 or 4 grade level behind. So altogether 250 students are behind, but 140 are doing good. So 250, are you saying that we do a homogeneous group to segregate these people and let them teach what they left behind? Are you saying that?
Yes, teaching.
I like it.
To the level where the kids are at now.
I love it.
Here and somewhere in between.
Nick, I love it. This is what I have been talking for a whole year. That if I don't know the 6th grade and 7th grade math, sitting in an 8th grade, I will be so frustrated, angry, and I want to go home or I want to fall asleep. I don't know what she's talking about. So it is very important for a student to know the foundation to understand the 8th grade math. So I am with you with this homogeneous group or heterogeneous group.
Homogeneous.
I'm for the homogeneous. Let's fix the education as soon as possible. 250 sold lot of human beings. So I am with you.
I guess if every class was basically at the same level, it wouldn't make sense to do this, but it seems like there is a level.
My concern is the kids that are never going to be exposed to grade level content. Then that's really where I'm struggling. I know Dr. Sullivan is probably dying to say words, so maybe I'll.
If I may.
Yes, please.
So in your packet, I think that you had one of the very big reports that's been done on what's essentially homogeneous grouping, or the tracking that was done in the 80s and through the early 90s. And so there's all sorts of data out there about that type of academic structure. And so what we know is there's nominal, like slight benefit to your top students for having a track system, and that there's, for any student who is at grade level or below, the outcomes, their achievement decreases over time. So there's tons and tons of data around this because it was done by so many schools. And that study that was done is pretty inclusive. And so because of that, districts have moved to, and also because we're in a technological age now, we're able to really look at a student and see. We look at more than, oh, this student is at a third grade level. We don't talk like that in education that much anymore, because this person at this third grade level and this third grade, they might have the same test score, but this kid might know all this geometry stuff, and then this kid knows all this algebra stuff. And so I think we just as lost, they can be in the same class, you know, for these high kids and have very different strengths and abilities. So what we're trying to do, and we have two major initiatives in our district right now for increasing our student achievement. One is implementing a guaranteed and viable curriculum, and the other is we have guiding coalitions each building that are supposed to be leading our PLC process. So in those two areas, we're really trying to study our curriculum and really hone in on all those details so we know where to assess that, what we want to assess, and then what are the actions that we're going to take for students who both are achieving or are able to do the thing we want them to do, and students that are not achieving what we would like them to achieve. So it's very detailed work, and I think it is the work. And so this is something that I've studied my whole adult life, right? Like, how do you implement curriculum to support kids, and especially our struggling learners? I've always been interested in struggling learners and high achievers, right? Like, how do we hit these kids on either ends? And I really think it's in the details of how the classroom teacher, our classroom teachers are such highly capable, and they're educated, and this is what their life's work is, so that they can differentiate their lessons to reach their high students and their students below level. And then as a system, we just need to think about more and more ways that we can support that work. So that's my recommendation, to think about like that ongoing guaranteed and viable curriculum work, but with the caveat that I do think that we should think about this math issue that we're talking about. Because I think there might be some opportunities there, and if you were to read that paper, they do talk about there are many districts that do some more of those more homogeneous types of groups for a whole group through their system. So I'm interested in learning more about that. But to do any of that work, I would be most interested in looking at our achievement data first and ensuring that we have a group of students that would benefit from that type of. So I talked a lot, and this wasn't my field, but those are my thoughts.
Dr. Nico, your research, someone's research, the one you gave it to us, I invest a very good time with it. It is quantitative, it is not a qualitative study. But this is well-renowned research. Is Federal State Department of Education support this? But this is going somehow against homogeneous approach. This is in opposition of this. So I would say we have June, July, August. I like this topic. Let's get serious. We have June, July, August. You please collect the data, the district you are saying, who are using homogeneous approach. Let's see what is their production, what is their result. If that worked in September, we could have a board meeting and vote. Let's have a Nick L. State's program move forward. I really believe it is very important. If I'm sitting in the 9th grade, I don't know 5th grade math, whole school district is being dishonest with me. I'm sitting in the 9th grade with the anger that I don't know what she's talking about. Talking about square root, cube root. This is outrageous.
So Iftikhar, are you wanting to put a motion for the board to act on that?
No, she said that there are certain districts are using already Nick Health State's program, homogeneous. So we would like to collect that result, see if it works. If it doesn't work, why should we apply that? So could you do that for us, please?
I'm happy to contact,
Melrose is one.
I don't personally know, like, so I have people that are my contemporaries, I don't know of any of the districts that, I meet with each month that are using that type of system. But, I could put some, I don't know, I could think about how to research it.
Well, it's the multi-level systems of support. Everyone is talking about that differentiation happening during those levels of support as opposed to grouping kids for the day, so.
And I think it's, we are doing it, right? We are putting learners with like learners, it's just when is it happening, right? So some are choosing to take calculus their senior year and some are not taking 4 years in that, right? So when do we start that, right? Are we starting that in 4K, which seems early to me? Are we starting that in high school, right? And it sounds like we're saying that's too late.
So I'm feeling that where it would work best would be like Red Creek in the middle school. I feel that, Forest Street would be a little early. High school, it kind of happens.
That's interesting to me, but we have some kindergartners who come in reading.
Yeah.
And we have some kindergartners who have never held a book and know what a number or a letter is. Sure. Maybe they think they're numbers, I don't know. But so that's my point, like how crazy do you go with this idea? So suddenly we have kids who have had every advantage and experience at home who are this type of learner who are never gonna cross paths with this kid who's had zero experiences outside. And so that breaks my heart and makes me a little queasy to think of doing that as a system.
Excuse me, have we ever asked the students how they felt? Have we surveyed them?
Every day when Dan is trying to get a kid to engage, what can we do to be helpful? Tell us why you're not doing this.
I'm just saying, like, as a survey straight across the board, every child gets it, not just those that.
And what question would we ask?
Where they feel, do they feel that, I mean, in one of the articles that you provided, said that a student who was above where the group was, she was put in with kids from a lower, middle, and high group. And in that article, it talked about her feeling like everything's put on her shoulders. She's not doing, she's not learning, she's not growing. And that was one of the eye-openers for a teacher who shared that she's right, putting all these kids, and it's this person's responsibility. Where's her learning? Where is she going to get her learning from? And I think by grouping them differently, I think you would see, according to her classroom, it was a different outcome when it was an eye-opener for her to change the way she did things in her classroom.
So just to consider that survey, I would need a lot of help crafting that, because if we're gonna ask students.
Well, you can ask questions like she did in her article.
But my point is, how are you gonna know which are the responses of high achieving students versus kids who are behind, right? So
I also think that there's a comprehension issue where you need to really unpack the nitty-gritty of like the language divide starts at 8 months old. Like an 8-month-old coming from a house of an educated household can speak and understand a lot more words than one that comes out of poverty. So I think that what you're going to find challenging.
I don't know if I agree with that.
No, you don't
I
have to
know
agree.
what
I can send you the research.
statistics say, but I don't always feel that just because what data says is accurate or that it applies to everybody across the board.
So
because
what's the
it
point
doesn't.
of the survey then?
So that you're gathering the data.
What?
You're gathering the data with the survey, right?
Correct.
So,
I mean.
Okay. So, I think we're kind of getting in a long talk here about something, and I think there seems to be a lot of interest amongst multiple board members to do more discussion and research on this. So I'm going to make a motion at this time for us to create a subcommittee to do more research on this topic and to come back to the board with more data. Cause right now, I mean, basically what we've had is we've got some testimonials, we've got some real research that Ms. Sullivan was able to give for us to look at, that people have put together. They contradict each other, compared to what Nick brought. So I think we need some group of passionate folks to get together and to really pursue this if it is something that you're passionate about and bring it back to the board. So that's the motion I make.
I second it.
Okay. All right, so further discussion on that. So if we're forming a subcommittee, again, it can be no more than 3 board members can be involved, right? So then we as a board should come up with a charge for that committee. So Casey, as I understand, the charge for that committee is to bring forth a recommendation to the board regarding, I'm gonna call them instructional groupings, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so recommendation for or against. So, so is there further discussion on the motion?
No further discussion.
Okay, so all those in favor of forming a subcommittee?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? All right, so we're forming an ad hoc subcommittee. Who is interested in serving on that?
Well, I probably should,
Nick, okay, thank you, because I was gonna nominate you anyways. Jeanette?
I am optional. What are the times of that meeting time?
That's gonna be up to the subcommittee.
Could be weekend, right? We can do weekends for the kids. Let's do the weekend. I am in it.
Okay.
This is good program.
And so by the very nature of creating a group with the charge to make a recommendation, that implies that the rest of the group is going to be open to and willing to listen to that recommendation. I just want to be clear that that is a monumental amount of responsibility for 3 members of the board when there are 7 elected officials. And I would hope that there would be some staff members invited to be a part of that group.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna say likely not weekends, because I'm not gonna ask my staff to work on weekends.
I would like to have Miss Jennifer. I worked with her. I would like her in that committee.
This isn't a draft yet.
So,
I'm still
yeah,
asking for some clarity around what you're being.
No, this is all I wanted. This is all I wanted.
And that is my
over.
fear
I'm not running
that
again.
3 board members are now getting this responsibility. I'm deeply concerned about that.
Well, they can bring the recommendation.
3 is not a quorum.
For it, do we?
You don't have to, but how it is, what is happening?
Sorry, my phone keeps making a noise.
And if they, so the 3 board members we have, if they bring forth a recommendation to do this, right, and the rest of us vote it down, we have spent a lot of staff time and board time to get nowhere.
And so perhaps if we mapped out more information and a report, then feedback from the rest of the group, then more information, right? So if it's like a back and forth a couple times, that feels better than to task 3 people with this monumental thing moving into summer when most of the staff is not here. I'm nervous about
direction I was
timing.
going towards there, Shelley, is just more research, more data, come back with that information.
Continue the conversation in a
Exactly.
structured way.
Yep.
We
I
can-
think this decision is big enough that it's not gonna be made in just a couple of meetings.
No, not couple of meetings.
So-
Yeah. I have noticed Timothy Young has been teaching in a public library. We can invite him. Let's do this. We are really in a deep trouble in mathematics. So he is a king of a mathematics, Timothy Young. 62 times better than me.
Okay.
62,
Not
not
63.
63.
No. 62.
I think we're gonna have a discussion,
So-
not interrupting would also be probably a request that I would have.
Dr. Shelley, then you would come back to the board with some recommendations of staff members that could participate in this type of
If that's what you're asking me to do, yes.
I think.
So again, the challenge is we have 15 more school days or whatever it is. And so we can ask our staff to participate, but it's gonna be a challenge.
I think even if this started at the beginning of next year, when they're back in full at that time, and it can be something to just take a little bit more
And so let's be realistic about that timing. Student schedules are generated for next fall, right? And so that does not mean that it's lock, stock, and no changes can be made. I'm not saying that. I just want everyone to be really realistic about what we're doing here, right?
Yeah, this is gonna be a fall of 25
discussion
Right,
that could potentially change some things for the spring.
Yeah, potentially.
And if we were to make decisions quickly.
Because by February, March, the high school's picking classes for next year.
Right. Some information on like that type of timeline would be important to like how quickly the board can make a decision. And if we're slow in reacting to that decision, then we know that it's not gonna be effective until a future date. Right. Keep it, so.
I think really the piece of information I'm most interested in hearing is what Melrose Medoro is doing. If there's some sort of something different from our target time, or if they're just calling it something other than target time.
If you ask some parents in our district, they will tell you that we differentiate as well. If you ask some parents, they will say, my kid always goes with this group of kids that, so it is all relative, and so we can certainly do some digging.
Yes. I can do some digging in Toma. They have a compass program, they have crossroad program, they have so many programs to help. But they have 3,000 students at the same time. Whoa!
Their state report card is moving in the right direction, but looks a lot like ours.
Really? They are top-notch schools.
And therein lies my frustration sometimes. You have a perception of us and a perception of others, and they aren't based on any data.
I am there only, I've been there for only 2 months. So I'm still learning, and nobody knows that I'm a board member.
I doubt that.
Maybe one or two. Maybe one or two. You can ask anyone.
All right. So that wraps up 8.1. Let's move on to 8.2, open enrollment applications.
So
These are applications. These are not actual open enroll moves.
And so when people let me back up. The state requires that they apply for open enrollment, but they do not require that you apply every single year. These are the total list of everybody who applies this year, and some of the people who are on the list to open enroll out are already open enrolled out. They just filled out the application again, and so they're included on there again. So I was just thinking about one particular family, Jeanette, to your point, they were open enrolled out, and then halfway through the year went to homeschool. And so really any given day, the numbers could shift just a little bit based off of those family decision making.
So they're not required to open enroll each year once they're open
They're
enrolled
not.
out?
And so
Okay.
our district policy asks each time they're gonna change a building. So that would mean 5th grade going to 6th grade should have to fill out the application in again, pardon me. And 8th to 9th and 1st to 2nd. So we can only set policy for when they have to apply in. Out, they can do whenever they want or whenever the other school district requires it. So on the in, and I just wanted you to notice, this was interesting to me as we've been talking about daycare, the ins over there are all pre-K. And so to be honest, that's exactly what you want, because those are kids that are gonna join your system now and are likely gonna stay in your system throughout because they're coming in at the youngest. The sad news is when you jump to the open enroll out, there's an awful lot of pre-K that are open enrolling out to other districts who have surround childcare centers already in place. And that makes perfect sense to me, right? If they need a place for their child before school or after school. And I will tell you that other districts around us have everyday 4K, whereas we have either half day or every other day. Now we're at half day, but there's a lot of districts that do full day 4K. That is childcare for the family. We don't do it because the state only funds us for 0.6, Jill? For 0.6. And so other districts have decided they're gonna use district funds to make that full time, even though they don't get the full reimbursement on that. When we start looking at this number of open enroll outs at those youngest grade levels, I think it's time for us to have a conversation about fully funding 4K on the district's dime so that we stop losing all of these kids that are getting surround care and full day 4K. When they leave us and they've never stepped foot in our district is different than if they've been in our district and had a negative experience and chose to leave. In my opinion, those are two very different problems. They're both problems, but they're very different.
Is the 4-day full K that you're talking about, is it entire week, or is it alternating days?
It's full, I don't know if they do Fridays or not. I forgot to ask that in Alma Center and Blair Taylor and.
Almost there's 4 days.
District to district around us.
Okay.
There's a lot of different models that are happening and it's kind of rapidly changing across the state right now.
But our half day is becoming quite archaic. There's
Sure.
very few that are still doing half day 4K.
Because I know Elma Center, there's no school for 4Ks on
Right.
Mondays.
Oh,
And it's Tuesday through Friday.
gotcha.
For Elma Center. I had a question on this sheet.
Yeah.
Pre-K to Medford.
Yeah, virtual. So they're opening, so Medford has a virtual academy,
Okay,
so they're opening and rolling out their pre-K kid to a virtual school. Yes.
Okay.
And
now they're kindergarten.
so I really do think as we continue talking about surround care, daycare, and I think we're gonna have to really talk about this 4K situation. When we look at our kindergarten data and the gaps that exist, we also have 4K kids who come come for half a day for 4 days a week versus a kid who's been in school 4 days, full days, right? So just the amount of exposure that they have, the classroom setting is already quite a bit less than if it was full day 4K. And families are showing us that they are leaving for systems that are more comprehensive in their early childhood education.
Are we staffed to handle that?
Right now, we would have struggle for space and for staffing, so it would definitely need to be an ad. And 4K enrollment for next year is looking very, very, very down, so maybe it would be possible, actually. Because our 4K enrollment is extremely down for next year, which is unfortunate, right? That's not gonna.
If you were to go full K for full day, would that change that?
Right, would we get a lot more than we
Yeah.
wouldn't have space or staffing? Yeah, I don't know. So. Anyway, so these are the applications that I'm sharing with you that need your approval. Just one more reminder for those new to this game, there is an open enrollment window in the state that says everyone must apply during this window, and then the DPI says just kidding, any day of any school year that you want to say it's in the best interest of my child to leave this district and go somewhere else, that is allowed. We are not legally allowed to say no when somebody wants to open enroll in unless that child has been expelled or unless they have a need for special education services, and providing those services would create a need for us to add additional staffing or programming in order to meet that child's needs. So those happen all the time throughout the year. I bet I sign 4 of those a week, in and out, in and out, in and out.
So I'll make a motion to approve the open enrollment.
I'll second.
Further discussion?
No further discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Presidential Academic Excellence
I
Awards?
simply just wanted to share with you, that's one of the fantastic days of the year. I appreciate that the principals have started noting. This is an award that students can get in the graduating years, so 5th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade. And they've started keeping track of which students have earned it multiple times, so a student could earn it 3 times throughout their years. It's always funny to me, there will sometimes be a senior that is like, I just moved here, it's not fair that I don't have 3 asterisks. I would have earned them, but that is a great source of pride. And so just wanted to share that. We have them in the Lunda Theater. There's a pretty big deal made out of it and a little reception afterwards, and it's just a fantastic day. So just wanted to share that. In order to earn this award, they have to be in the 85th percentile in a nationally normed assessment, and they have to have a 3.5 grade point average. So it's a pretty rigorous piece. I also wanted to share with you while we're on this topic, Nate and Kim are not with us tonight because it is banquet season and tonight is the Lions Club banquet. It is really unfortunate that it got scheduled the same night that there is regional track. And so there's like 9 kids that could be recognized, but they're participating in regional track. And so we have to work better on our coordination of events in May, but that is where they are this evening. So that was just an FYI for you.
Next is the white paper with the Local Information Education Department.
So this group has seen, some of you have seen this before. This is the document that was shared. We meet monthly with representatives from the Ho-Chunk Nation Education Department. We were talking about updating the MOU, which had expired, and instead of a draft MOU, they created this white paper, and we've been talking through it for months. And We just met last week Friday, and all of the orange responses that you see on there are the district's response to the asks that they had. And we talked through all those, and I feel like we got to a good place. I will tell you, one of the big sticking points when it gets to be this time of year, there's a lot of frustration from the education department because they feel like they don't know how many of their seniors are not going to graduate, and they get frustrated that we can't just give them that list. However, we cannot share data, achievement data, individually identifying information about a student unless that parent has signed a release of information. So one of the big topics in here was create a release of information, and we say, that's on you to get people to fill that out, right? Like, I don't know how we can help with that. And so Kim Penza went as far as all those seniors that were at jeopardy for not graduating. She called their families and said, there's a tutoring division in this high school that they would love to work with your child. Please reach out to this number, because the nation even brought extra tutors from La Crosse to try to help those students out, and some of the families simply didn't call and reach out for that help. And so we cannot say to a tutor, these 3 kids are not going to graduate, please go help them. We can't do that. So that is a huge source of frustration when we meet with the education department, and we simply said, we need help with those releases of information being signed.
If the child is at age 18, can they choose to participate themselves?
They certainly can.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. So we are going to try to take that release of information and put it on our electronic registration for fall, so that if a student clicks that, and here's the other part that makes this more challenging, we would want all Native American students, and they want just Ho-Chunk students for some of the services that are provided. And so that makes it more complicated for us, and we just keep saying that families are self-identifying. We're not going through registration, we're not asking for any enrollment or anything like that. It is just what the families are self-identifying. So we are going to work with our Michelle Wood up at the high school to see if we can change that electronic process so that parents could opt in. They asked if it could be passive permission. It cannot, so we can't share data on passive permission. Families have to opt in. So that was a huge part of our conversation this last time, simply because this graduating class has about a 25% Native American population, whereas the district average is about 20%. And so there's more students really riding the fence right now. So it's getting late for that fence to be ridden.
Of that 25%, what percentage are
We believe that,
endangered?
we just said this today, Dr. Sullivan, I think she said that there were 12.
So 50%.
Six.
I think it was 6.
We think like 6.
25%.
I'm trying to see numbers in wordings.
So, anyway, the orange was all our responses to the asks. You will see that there was a lot of talk about professional development and sharing of information and just everything under the sun, staffing and training and all of those things. From this document, we believe we are now ready to create a memorandum of understanding that we are hopeful to be able to get signed by fall. I continue to repeat over and over that we all want our students to be successful. Any way that we can help you help Native families, we are here for it. We are not trying to put up any barriers, but I'm also not going to break the law by giving you access to things that we can't legally do. So
yeah. So the new tutors which they have hired, they did not give a release form to the school district?
We have some, but not all of the students.
Not all, but some means how many? 30, 40, 50, 60?
I don't have that number, Iftikhar. I would need the high school to tell me that, probably that building. That's
elementary, middle, and high school all together.
I don't know that
Okay.
number. I would need to check.
No, that's okay. The orange letters
are my response
very
to the
nice.
Conversation.
This response have gone to them?
Correct. We sat in the same room and had the conversation. And then they said they wanted it in writing because they wanted to be able to share it with their legislatures.
No, that's very fair. So why this document do not have a pages? Let's go page number 5.
I didn't create the document, so
So go to the first page and then we just do 1, 2. I wrote the pages myself.
What's the heading that you want to talk about?
They are expecting 20% increase, and our district says it is unrealistic. 20% increase. Why it is unrealistic? It's a piece of cake. Right there, which is page number 5. Page number 5, line number.
I see it. Yep, I see it.
You see that?
Yep.
It is unrealistic to expect a 20% increase in 1 year on the forward instead of utilizing RAD growth analysis. I think so. That is a very generous of them to ask 20% increase. We will increase more than 20% grades improvement among the Ho-Chunk and the descendant of the Ho-Chunks. Not all Native American. Ho-Chunks and the descendant of the Ho-Chunk. This is how this program works. That is the grant. So you disagree with this 20% increase in the Native Americans' education?
On the Wisconsin Forward, that would measure only our 4th through 8th grade students. That is not a district-wide goal that we would set. We would set goals off of one of the assessments that reaches far more grade levels, so it wasn't just a small span of grades.
They're talking about first grade to all the way to 12th grade.
No, not if they're saying forward, because the forward is only
9 to 12.
The iReady is the suggestion to encompass more within the 20%, not less than 20%.
Yeah, so iReady goes first grade to 8th grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And forward goes 9 to 12?
No, ACT is 9 through 12.
ACT is 9 to 12. And what 20% they're looking for?
It says, goals at each grade level to increase proficiency in reading from previous year's forward results by 20%.
That's fair. I like that very leniency. They did not ask 70%. So we can definitely do it. Since we have a plan of Nick Hillstead, we will rock that. Okay, so and then there's a lot of points. I have done this study of this memorandum. Could we go page number 7? Paragraph number 4, line number 1. What is equity audit thing? Right there, equity audit grading. So we need a third party?
That's what they're asking for.
That's beautiful. So we want to be fair, that our teachers are being honest in grading. You agree with that?
I think Dr. Shelley's just bringing up the stuff in Orangeville, the stuff that she's responded to, not what was already in the document before.
No, these are talked about gradings too.
So that part is my response to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is
Clearly
a part.
you know that I don't agree with that because it's written right there and you've already read it.
Yeah, I have a notes after notes.
Okay.
I like that their approach, very polite approach. So they are talking about that, and I like it. Let the third party evaluate the grades and find out that we are doing good, we are fair.
And did you see that I said that we're not opposed to this for the school year 26-27 when there's been some consistency in place for multiple years? Did you understand why I said no?
Yes, I was wondering 26-27, it is a mistake or you're talking about very far future?
Did you read my part? Did you understand
Yes.
it? Okay,
Yes.
so the reasons why we don't think a grading equity audit is a good idea right now is because they asked for 5 years. We don't have a math teacher who's been teaching math for us for 5 years. So that means we would be doing an equity audit of a whole bunch of different people's grades as opposed to each teacher's grades. Additionally, during this 5 years, we've been going through a messy implementation of standards-based grading, which has had our grades inconsistent and moving up and down for a while. So if you do an audit of poor data, you're gonna get a poor report.
Yes.
And so if we wait, when we've had teachers in place for multiple years, and we gain our consistency with standards-based grading, I am all for it. But crap data in, crap report out, right?
Yes.
So we're not interested in paying a third party because that comes at a cost.
Yeah.
And so we don't want to spend money when we're not going to get any helpful information out.
Yeah, because we all, not only me, we all been hearing across the United States teachers are getting fake grades. No, they are not. So the neutral auditing will clear the dust that we are being honest. So let's say not 5 years, talk to them. How about 3 years?
They agreed with this. When I shared my rationale for it, they said that sounds perfectly reasonable.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Okay, now we go to that hiring practice.
Yeah.
They want district us. They are encouraging us to hire the people of minorities, Native Americans, Ho-Chunks, and then I like that. We are predominantly white people working in the entire school district, apart from one.
I would say in education, it is predominantly white people working.
Yes. So we have Eli Young Thunder. 14 years ago, I put up a fight downstairs when the board was there that stop doing this. I feel out of place when I was working. I feel out of place. That is a very bad welcome that you allow me to help your children and I feel out of place. That is wrong thing. So here your response is that you follow EEOC, equal employment.
That is part of the response.
Yes.
Did you read the DPI staffing report at all?
Yeah, this is the criteria which we follow.
Yes. Did you read the DPI staffing report at all?
Where is that?
It was the link right on top of my response there.
Oh, DPI staffing report, yes. That, we cannot ask about race or...
No, that goes into the data about the percentage of people that are going into the education field. It talks about the shortage of teachers, about how the entire education profession lacks representation and diversity, and just talks on a state level about the challenges.
Yes, and if you see, I did not use my pen. I put a star on it.
Okay.
I like what I read. I don't memorize word by word, but I read it very thoroughly. Okay, so EEOC. This EEOC doesn't know that we have all white people working.
That's not really a question. You're not looking for.
So you should report to EEOC that we are practicing racism.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you. Are you aware of our hiring practices? Do you know who's applying for the jobs?
Now they are saying, the Ho-Chunk people are saying, we have hired people from all diverse populations, thousands of it.
Who is saying that?
In this report, I will find it for you. That they were talking about that their businesses, and they have hired across the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, in their Ho-Chunk nation of all different diversities.
So to clarify, you're stating that the Ho-Chunk nation in the realm of business hires people of various backgrounds. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but we're drawing from a rural population that is predominantly white, so we're not going to see the same statistics as Illinois, where I'm from, or Minnesota.
No, that's good, but we could always, we have 11 tribes, federally recognized tribe in Wisconsin. We could reach out to them, encourage them to apply to us. So we could have some kind of a diversity. This is my approach. I like diversity, inclusion.
I don't like when you call me a racist. How about that?
Hello, did I say you racist?
Well, we were doing racist practices, so I'm sorry I inferred that.
EEOC, Equal Employment, says that all white. You think I'm blind? I don't see things.
But the thing of it is, Iftikhar, is the jobs are posted, so people have an opportunity, no matter we don't choose who applies for a position,
You can't hire people if they don't apply.
right?
Encourage them. Encourage the people of minorities to apply. They stop applying, they know the result, they won't hire us. So they say if you don't hire, forward them to us. Right? I can read it for you.
We also don't have the time, money, energy, effort, or resources to be like a personal welcome wagon for people to apply. The jobs are posted and whoever wants to apply can.
We also don't have childcare here or housing options or a plethora of other things that would be of interest to a future candidate pool. And I am all about equity, diversion, and inclusion and belonging. So I'm with you. I wish with every fiber of my being, and I don't think there's anybody in this room that would feel otherwise, that we did have a greater diversity pool. That's not what's happening currently, but that's not that I couldn't. So the question isn't whether or not it is or isn't, it's how do we get there?
Yes.
Our conversation was a lot about how we could help with job postings. So we agreed that during the summer, we do a lot of advertising for cooks, custodians, bus drivers, and their Ho-Chunk Wodak comes out twice a month. And so we are going to make sure we put an ad in that paper during the summer when we hire those larger pools and substitutes across the board. Our teaching positions are very challenging to post in the Wodak, which only comes out every other week, because some of those hard to fill positions, if somebody applies on weekend, we call them immediately and try to interview them. We can't wait for 2 weeks for the WODUC to come out. We did agree that we were going to, all of our job postings that Marty sends out are going to include Brian Crane, the executive director, and he has listservs that he is going to forward those to.
Yes. And as it says, therefore we request that the district improve its percentage of unrepresented faculty and staff by 10% September 1st, 2025. So they're just asking 10% people of minorities to kick in our system. I would love that.
I would love that too.
So that is their request, and we the board have to work together to find those 10%. Right now we are 99% white people.
Not sure
But
that
I
I got on the board to help hire the staff. That's not what we got elected for.
Yeah, we have the laws. 1964. Remember Martin Luther King when he signed, the Lyndon Johnson signed that stop this racism. 1968.
It's not, I don't consider us to be a racist board, Iftikhar, because it is not, the positions are posted. And sometimes it's based on, I want to work where I lived, where I grew up at. I don't want to move to another area. I have family here, so I'm willing to stay right in this area. We have no say in who applies for a position. They're out there. Anybody can apply.
I agree. But they are requesting 10%.
That
a
is
huge portion of the population though here is also Ho-Chunk. So if that line of rationale were to play out, that people who were from here would want to stay and live and work here, then we would see that as one of our primary candidate pools. So I hear you, but I'm pushing a little bit, saying we've got people from both that live here and are from here. So just throwing that out there.
No, I like it.
I think that you've done a phenomenal job of negotiating this. I think it's such a hard conversation and such a hard thing to have given all the dynamics. So I'd like to say, thanks. Way to keep at it and keep going and having those conversations, because they aren't always easy.
McKenna, thank you that you have mentioned we have a large portion of Native American in this society. They want to work in our system, so it's okay to increase 10% people of minorities to in high school district as a cook, as a faculty, as a custodians. Custodians are not a correct name. Their name should be health inspector. Without them we would be coughing. They are very important. Japanese people call them health inspectors.
Is that in this? I don't think so.
Oh.
Let's stick to this document.
Yeah, I am, which says 10%. So you agree with the 10%?
No. I'm not willing to lock it down to a number because you haven't ever asked me what happens in hiring. When our principals are screening candidates, if they even say that they've worked with other Native American tribes, we're like, we have to interview this person. Like, you have no idea how hard we work to try to bring people on board who have experience working with Native American tribes, who are Native American. We try. I can't control the candidate pool. And the negative interactions between the school system and members of the tribe certainly don't always encourage young people to want to move into education. So I think we have to also work at the fundamental trust between our students and our families and the district. We hire high school students to be our blast workers. We've had a couple Native students who choose to do that.
Yeah.
That's kind of our feeder into you might be interested in education. So I can't commit to it because I have no idea if someone's going to apply or not.
Yes.
Okay.
So you are saying indirectly you're not interested to increase the people of
That is
minorities?
not at all what I said. It is the exact opposite of what I
So
said.
you are saying 10%, you disagree with 10%.
This is not a binary situation.
How about 8%?
Well, she can't, like,
Well, it's zero
all of
apply.
us would love, I mean, I can name a few of us offhand that'd be exceptionally excited about seeing a more diverse staff. However, she can't promise that because she can't help who's applying. So the desire is there. We all would love to see that 10% threshold met. And I think by building community and healing some of the issues we have in this community, we'll see that growth, but we also need to first create a community where minority people would want to actually live, would be our first issue. And I think we can work on that through these initiatives, you know, like I think the job posting thing is a huge deal because if that wasn't being kicked out before and it is now, that's another great effort, but she can't guarantee 10% because what if people don't apply?
There is no such thing, guarantees I'm talking about. It is just a reasonable goal.
Yes,
Let's try to achieve it. Doesn't mean that you will win the race. But at least have initiative. Like we always talk about equity, diversity, inclusion. You go in this school, you will never see equity, diversity, inclusion. Where is that? These are all dramatic, beautiful words. Therefore, they suggested page number 10, paragraph number 1 about seed.
What if the goal wasn't to hire, but was to increase your recruiting practices? Because that's a goal the district can obtain. Whereas like who is actually applying is a lot more, I mean, there's positions where I've seen the school district just be like, we don't know what we're doing to fill this because we don't have any applicants, much less one that's diverse. So would it make more sense to propose a percentage of increased efforts towards recruitment towards minorities, at-risk, hard-to-reach Native populations, and that way, that's something that we have the ability to obtain
and control over.
And to be honest, I've shared this with the board for your information. We've done all of that conversation with the Ho-Chunk Education Department, and we all left on Friday feeling really good about the discussions we've had. So I didn't intend to negotiate with the board. I meant to inform the board that these are the conversations that are happening.
So we have our own input too, right?
You sure do.
So therefore, I am the voice of 1,000 people. I always say that. So on page number 10, paragraph number 1, all lines, page number 10, they talk about seed. There is this training for our staff.
That's what they're asking for, yeah.
And also for the board members too. Mm-hmm. We should attend seed training to understand what is equity, diversity, inclusion is about. What is microaggression? What is micro-assault? What is micro-invalidation?
We invite staff to participate every year. This past year they had one of the largest groups they've had. I attended when they did one of their mini things down in Baraboo. We had staff members that went to that last year. We again invited them to go this year. We always invite them to go. We do not force anyone.
No force.
so that I'm not sure where the pushback is, because we already invite. And in fact, in our conversation on Friday, the person who's the SEED facilitator said we shouldn't have said that because SEED is not effective if you force someone to do it. So it's a non-issue.
Forcing is not an idea. So it is good to encourage people to attend this, to understand an importance of diversity, what treasure they have to bring.
We already do that.
Yes. So I like that idea.
Like when you post a position, where does it go? Like,
Goes to all staff,
yep, I know that.
goes in the newspaper,
And we can.
and on weekend, yeah. Teachers, support staff, both. Both. Yeah,
So website just has a link to weekend.
So in the beginning, the first 2, 3, 4 pages.
There's two different conversations happening. If we could just.
Who's talking?
Nick's talking, Marty, right now.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I just was asking where they post positions for hiring.
And now they go to Ryan Crane as well,
Yes.
right, so.
We'll go to Ryan Crane. So it'll be to all staff, because I email the posting to everyone. The newspaper, a system called We Can, which is a application collection system.
And just to be clear, not all the teaching positions go to weekend, or to the newspaper, correct?
Correct,
Yeah.
because teachers know to go to We Can if they're looking for.
I just wanted to clarify in case
So more
anybody
like
else was.
the bus drivers, janitorial.
Correct.
Yeah.
Head
More
coaches
staff
are always in the paper.
Yep, head coaches, yep.
So to Ryan Crane, does he then post it?
He's the
on,
executive director of education. He's gonna forward it out to different listservs that he is
Okay.
aware of.
Just not to the Ho Chunk website?
I don't-
listing, because
Uncertain. He
In our
said
clinic-
they've got connections in the
Yeah.
education world, so.
I know.
Sounds like you're doing due diligence at trying to post your positions, right?
Yeah.
I also think it's important to point out just like a little social issue that I have maybe with how things are approached in this regard. Growing up in a predominantly Black community, I always leaned on Black voices when it came to Black issues, and I also feel that in this community we need to lean on Ho-Chunk voices regarding Ho-Chunk issues and allow them to speak for themselves and not self-appoint any of ourselves, as you can be an ally, but you can't help me out here, friend.
Self-nominate.
Yeah,
Like
none of us should be speaking on behalf of the Ho-Chunk Nation besides the Ho-Chunk Nation, and this is who met with Shelley, and they've already agreed to all these terms, and I respect and support their intelligence, their background, and their education to speak on their own behalf. I think that's a vital social norm in this day and age, to allow people of color to speak for themselves and not allow or appoint ourselves as anything outside of a friendly ally or somebody that wants to work with or alongside. I think it's important to let them speak for themselves.
Yes.
So, but that means people like you and I would digress. So
What is the meaning of digress?
let them speak for themselves. So if we want to have like somebody from the Ho-Chunk Nation come to each board meeting and speak on their behalf, I think that's a great idea and direction to go in, but none of us in this room, I think, should be speaking on their behalf. I think if something is meaningful to the nation, they will and have and do bring it to her attention, but we need to let that rest because they are capable of speaking on their own behalf.
So why you are showing this to us?
She's just sharing information that she had a meeting with them and they made their needs and wants and concerns made known to her, and she responded in kind, and that is basically a conversation that essentially was between the two groups, and she's just politely sharing that with us, but they've already spoken on their own behalf.
Is this what you wanted?
So at one of our previous board meetings, there was a member from the community who came and talked to the board about this.
Yes, I remember, back in Redbird.
I'm not using names, but yet, somebody came and spoke, and so I felt it was my responsibility to provide the board with an update.
This policy was dead.
It's not a policy.
Oh, sorry, this MOU, it says in this document, it long time ago, right? Expired. This is now renewed in the process. So I'm very happy to see a relationship with a Native American because this is going to be renewed. It was not in effect for like what, 10 years, right? I just don't remember where it is. It is in there.
Yes. Yep.
So they're working together toward and for a common goal, and they've identified issues or concerns that they have that are very important to them. And Shelley has responded, and they both left their meeting feeling very happy. And I think it would be our best bet to rely on those two groups to remain cheerful about what they came up with.
Connection.
Amen.
A big time, get along with everyone.
Okay. So does the board feel like we have thoroughly covered 8.4?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'll make a motion to move on from that.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor of moving on? Aye. Okay.
Mr. Norman was hoping to
yes.
have a little fresher
Right.
start, but that's okay. We're gonna pretend it's not this late and you're gonna talk to us.
I make a motion to get moved to the front of the agenda next time. Well, you folks have gotten a lot of information pushed your way tonight, a lot of great information. But I just wanted to take a minute to visit with you about a potential cell phone policy change that I want to make, what I'm interested in making for the 24-25 school year. I recognize the convenience and the importance for students to have cell phones at school, as it's a way for families to communicate for after-school activities, extracurriculars, so forth and so on. But I also have some reservations about how much cell phones are in the classrooms and what's happening in our classrooms. What I'm looking for is a solution to come up to get rid of some of the negative effects of having those phones in school and having them on our persons. And I believe that implementing this policy potentially could get us there. I believe that by this policy we could positive mental health outcomes. We could increase positive mental health outcomes through reducing the social media access throughout the day. I've read that a growing number of students have linked children's use of smartphones and social media to deteriorating mental health. And it's been found that screen time was associated with problems in teens' mental well-being, and that social media actually was linked to increased risk of depression. If you think about our students in school right now, our policy is off and away. Students often will turn their cell phone ringers off, but they are truly off and away. And you can occasionally hear students' phones vibrating in their pocket. I've had students in my office on numerous occasions having just private conversations and their phone is vibrating. Well, I got to see what's going on. Our policy right now just isn't working, and it's very hard to police for our teachers and our staff. I know that you folks probably are the same as me. When I'm in a meeting or something like that, I have to put my cell phone aside because if it does vibrate, my interest in that meeting has been interrupted, and I want to look at my phone. Is it my daughter? Is it my buddy on the lake catching a bunch of walleyes right now, so forth and so on. So I have to have my phone put aside or I am distracted. And I think the same thing is happening to our students. I think student distraction and increased student engagement, if we do this, and we could improve academic performance. And I also think we could reduce conflict between students and student and staff. Again, it's difficult to police this in school, and with students looking under their desk playing a game or checking a TikTok or checking an Instagram message from another student, and then it's a battle. Your cell phone's out. You're not engaged in class. Please give it to me. And it's just, if we could get away from that, I think it'd be very, very beneficial. I've also read that schools with no cell phone policies have reported that they've seen improvements in students' well-being since their policy took effect. That students were interacting more with one another and were more engaged in the classroom, and there were fewer discipline problems. I would also add this an employability skill, and the students do need to know and they need to learn when is the appropriate time to put the cell phone away. Our current policy is off and away. I just mentioned that. But again, we have students that aren't turning it off all the way in the vibrating pockets. It's a problem. The new policy that I'm interested in trying to start is pretty simple. No phone in the classroom. If you bring a phone to school, it goes in your locker. Every student is given a locker first day of school. It's there for them. Each student is also provided a lock if they choose to have one. So basically, if the student brings it, they put it in their locker, and that's where it stays for the day. Off. Turn it off, put it in your locker. That way they have it for before school if mom and dad need a message. They have it after school if mom and dad need a message. Also, they could utilize the school district. Any messages given to us, we can share with the students as well. But I just think that would be something that we could make an adjustment on. With the lockers and the locks, phones are secured, no reason for us to be worried about them. Some people say, why don't you turn them in the beginning of class? Everybody has a box, they put them in, but then if somebody takes the wrong phone, then it's our responsibility. I feel like it could be our responsibility, so it'd just be simpler in a locker, lock it up, leave it there for the day, take it back out at the end of the day. The goal overall is just to be more focused, respectful, and have a healthy learning environment at our middle school. So I promise to keep it short and sweet. That's what I'm hoping to do. I just wanted to bring it to your attention, to get your thoughts, to get your feedback, and if this is something I can move forward maybe in the future, I would like to try for the 24-25 school year. Go.
Quick question, would they be able, sorry, did you have your hand up too?
No,
I
yeah,
didn't
go
see-
ahead, you
Okay,
ready.
yeah, would they be able to use it during lunch period or between classes?
Actually, I would prefer no, and here's the why. If we use it during lunch period, oftentimes things will happen at school, right? They'll go to the bathroom, maybe they'll do something that they're not supposed to with a phone in the bathroom.
So do they
or
go to
there's-
their lockers between classes or no?
Yeah, they do, but there's not enough time for them to turn the phone on and to get the information and then you get to the next class.
Do you want to tell them about the grant application you put in?
I did. I tried
Successful.
for a grant for, it's called a Yonder pouch, YONDR, not Yoder, Yonder. I got that confused a little bit. Surprise. But the Yonder pouch is a pouch that a student puts their phone in, and what it does is it basically deactivates it. No signals go in, no signals go out, so it does not ring throughout the day. There's a magnet for the teacher so you come in, put it in, lock it. At the end of the day, you walk by it, take the lock off, put it in the bag. That's pretty expensive.
And the kid is still responsible for carrying that bag around all
Yes.
day, but their phone they can't get their phone out and their phone can't do anything in the bag, but they're
Yeah.
still responsible for maintaining it during the day.
And I thought, brilliant, let's do it. Let's write a grant. It's $13,000. It's $10,000 for the product, $3,000 for training, and I was not successful. So,
changes to extracurricular, and I know a middle school student's schedule is maybe less hectic than a high school student's, but how if we have a weather incident, they need to get hold of their parents, then you're allowing them to go to the locker. If baseball practice is
Before every
canceled,
single classroom has a phone that dials out, just to be clear, every single classroom
then we have to start
has a
remembering phone
phone
numbers again.
Well, good for us, right? That sounds like a math skill we could all use.
I would also add that, students that have something come up that need to get a hold of mom and dad, number one, they can use a classroom phone. If they want privacy, they can come down to the office. If they want to bring their phone, say, Mr. I really need to call my mom. Right now, it's an emergency. Absolutely, bud. Turn it on. Get your phone, call me. Go ahead and check in with mom or dad. We're not it's not an army school, right? We will work with students and allow, but just for the majority of the time, we want that cell phone in the lockers.
And so we're not asking the board for action tonight, and let me be crystal clear. I see some enthusiasm, which we appreciate. There are going to be families who are furious about this, and we will be accused of not listening to them. We will be accused of infringing on their rights. We will be told that they pay for the phone. I just want you to be clear, while we strongly are recommending this and are ready to fight that battle, it is not going to go without upset.
Can you collect before and after data? So let's say we said, instead of just saying, yeah, this is gonna be the policy forever and for, what if we just did a trial, like a year, and collected the data before and after and then made the
We
made
could do
that,
behavioral and academic.
yeah, and then made that case after.
There's a lot out there to read. Been doing a little research, trying to figure it out. I believe Florida has a statewide policy that there's no phones in classrooms. I believe Florida.
One of my friends who's in a southern school district in Wisconsin, a very small district, he says, we don't have phones in school. And I'm like, how do you not? He's like, we just decided a few years ago. I'm like, good for you.
I have a Melrose Mindoro student in my youth group, and they turn them in as they walk into the classroom, and they do not get it back until the end of the classroom, and then go to the next class. They turn it in.
Part of the problem is the hallways, though. Dan and I have talked about this. I don't know, you're gonna capture all the mental health benefits if they're still checking in between classes, and the videotaping of other things that happen at school that if the cell phones weren't there would never have happened. So I don't love that they're accessible in between classes,
Right.
but
Again, though,
It's
3
better than where
minutes
we
is
are.
not enough to turn that
yeah.
phone on and turn it back, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
3 minutes is enough time to get to locker, get to class. I
Yeah.
just don't foresee us saying it's okay to check between classes.
I want to commend you for taking this step because I feel like there are kids in the elementary levels that have a phone. And I'm not saying every kid, but there are kids in the elementary level that have a phone. And I feel that technology has done some great benefits to us, but I think it has hurt our kids and our family time together. And so I commend you, Dan, for taking and biting this bullet and being the first one to nip it in the bud.
Yeah.
Because,
We're just looking to increase engagement in class,
yeah,
stronger students.
And I think it's okay to say like, yeah, definitely there's so many good things that came of it, but as a parent, I feel like I'm with Dan when I say like, man, maybe we made a little mistake, like it's gotten a little out of control and it's okay to reel ourselves back in. But like Shelley said, there's gonna be pushback, but I'm ready for that, at least personally.
yeah.
so it's certainly
So,
a defensible stance.
Shirley, Toma Middle School, cell phone is not allowed. It's all locked. But why did you say that there will be a pushback?
Because
we are not Toma. What they do, we are not supposed to do. So you are saying pushback,
By the parents.
they will be mad at us?
Yes. There will be some. There will be some that will be celebrating because they will appreciate the focus on engagement.
Yes.
And I think you could ask every single principal when they have confiscated a phone from a student that a parent comes in raging saying, I pay for that phone, you can't touch that phone, you can't get, so that will likely happen. And you will be accused of not listening to parents when they say we don't like this new rule and you say, thank you for sharing your thoughts, we believe this is the best decision.
You
We
could
might
say
be
like
pleasantly
as
surprised. They might say.
I have, and I don't know if it's you, Dan, I have received calls when principals have taken cell phones away.
You're going to hear about it.
Yeah.
And that's what, it's a defensible stance. I'm not saying that, and I'm certainly not saying we shouldn't do it, because sometimes you have to lean into the discomfort, right? Change is hard for everybody, and if you think it's for all the right reasons, then you gotta do it, right? But I'm just saying, don't be surprised.
I think they like maybe some parents enjoy, and I've enjoyed the heck out of it. I love being able to text them in the middle of the day. I mean, we all enjoy it. But if you asked me if I thought it was right, I'd say probably not. But I certainly enjoyed it. You know, being Paige, you know, whatever, Samantha, whatever, you know. But if you ask me if I think that's like the right answer, I'd say like tattle on myself and say like that's 100% probably not the right answer to be on Instagram and TikTok during instructional time.
And so June, the student handbooks come to the board for approval, and so we'll take a stab at writing that out in the handbook, and then the board would approve it through that process. So June board meeting, if you are interested in collecting any other voices or feedback. Any other questions for Dan?
Biggest problem I see is people put it in their locker, they don't lock it, and somebody steals it.
That's why we give them all a lock.
That's the biggest problem I
Yep.
see.
Certainly have been on my mind, but we do provide locks for any student that wants it. So,
What percentage of your students do you think use the locks and lockers?
30%.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty low. Yeah. And it also says in the handbook that we're not responsible for the items that are taken out of your locker if the lock isn't on.
Wouldn't it be great if some kids chose to leave them at home?
That would be wonderful.
That's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Just thought I'd little Pollyanna in there.
All right.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan. All right, next is 9.1, monthly expenditures, as always, in your packet.
So Jill is actually going to give you a bunch of choices tonight. I don't know who's feeling up to choices this evening. So there's lots of questions about the financial reports, and so Jill ran them a whole bunch of different ways. I'm just going to explain those to you and get your feedback as to how you would like to receive them.
So I put some snips of those reports into a PowerPoint, and I'll just show you that PowerPoint real quick. We'll go through it real quick. I know you've had a lot of sit and get tonight. So just talking about so you see the account, let me put it on the slide. So you'll see an account number with all those X's represent a number that you see on those reports. So that big long report that you get that's got all the check summaries, it shows you the invoices, gives you a little bit of an explanation, maybe a description of what the invoice was, that 157 page or whatever it was this month, right? That's how our account number breaks out. So fund is our first thing we look at, and that is how we have to do fund accounting. It's different than a lot of businesses. Governmental agencies use fund accounting. We have to separate things out by operations, our food service, our special education. Then we have the type, which could be expense or revenue, basically. Location, we also, that's another way for us to divide up our account numbers. So location might be Red Creek or the middle school or a district-wide or a salary account for staff or whatever it might be. So we can sort things on that matter. Object or source is how we're spending the funds. So an object or source might be general supplies is a 411, salaries is 100, 111, whatever. Or we can divide it up and sort it out by functions. It might be math, it might be ELA, it might be, so we can run reports on any of those kind of factors. And so I just wanted to share that's the way you've been receiving them is by location. So if you see those 4 reports, you receive an expenditure report usually, a revenue report, a balance sheet, and then a cash receipts. The expenditure report is by location, but it's also comparing to a prior year to try to give you a little bit sense of where you're at. There's a lot of numbers on the page. That is what the board wanted at that time a couple of years ago. In this PowerPoint, I'll move ahead. We don't need to go through all that, but these are some of our funds that I spoke about. We have to segregate the expenses by those funds. Those were the first 2 digits. This is a snip of the revenue report. This is not comparing to a prior year because I just wanted to show the numbers. So again, here's the account number on the far left side, little description about what that account number is, the budget, the activity for the month, and then the fiscal year to date. So our fiscal year starts July 1st and goes through June 30th. Here's the total of all those expenditures. And then you can see the percent that we've received so far. And a positive number means that we still have more to receive in that revenue account. The one down below here that's showing a negative numbers means that we've received more than we had budgeted for revenue. Now, this is the comparison report you received. All these accounts are just what I described. These 2 starting the report are showing the prior, or 3 are showing the prior years. So just so you can see a comparison, a fiscal year to date, meaning what happened last March at that time, and here's the fiscal year to date for this year, so you can kind of compare where we're at. Expenditure report by location. Again, I said this is how you're getting your report right now, but you're getting those additional columns comparing to the prior year. So these are locations that we set up. This is not a DPI requirement, but we use different locations to help sort. We do what's called budget centers. And budget centers have different supervisors that manage those budget centers. So in this one, for example, here's a middle school grant. These are Title I. Here's a grant that Vicki talked about tonight for the homeless, that $25,000 grant. So again, you can see the budget. These are expenditures. You can see what happened for the month. You can see what's happened for the full year. And unencumbered means what's left to spend. When there's a negative amount in the unencumbered, that means it's overspent, and few reasons why. So like this one has $1,049 of activity for the year. There is no budget here. So that was a newer grant that we need to put a budget in for, and we haven't done that yet. So a budget needs to put in there. We're allowing them to spend the grant, but we haven't put in the budget in our system. Here's what's in the board packet. Again, it's by location. What happens when you have all these extra columns, it cuts in on the description. So that's harder for you to understand what each of those locations are. By function, when we were going through the audit report, this is where Jeanette mentioned she liked that one page that talked about functions. So function is, again, the different departments basically, or how we're using the funds. So you can see here's art and ELA and math and music and science. All of those are the different functions. What you don't see is all the detail behind those accounts for how they're spending it, right? You don't know what they're spending on equipment or supplies or anything like that, but here's what we're spending in math across the district. So these are rolled up into those kind of things and into those functions. And again, the columns going across are explained the same way. You can also sort it by object. So if you wanted to know what salaries were, what benefits were, what supplies, what fuel, electricity, gas, whatever it might be, we can sort it by that. But again, these are all across the district. You don't know what department is spending necessarily in those amounts. Does that make sense so far? I know I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you, and I'll put this in, it's in the board folder so you'll have access to this, but I thought it was easier if I try to describe it to you than you just looking at this going, okay, not sure what that means. So, the balance sheet. So for assets, so these are different cash and investment accounts, accounts receivable. Positive numbers on the right side are good for your assets. So down below here, a negative number for our liabilities means that we still have money to send out. This one is a positive number, and a liability means that we might have sent out too much, so we need to look at that. But just wanted to share that positive numbers are good up in the assets. Negative numbers down in the liabilities are good as well. That's not necessarily good or bad, I guess. Just that's a positive balance in a liability. And then the other form, or the other report that you get in your packet is just cash receipts. Those are truly what checks and cash we get in throughout the month and what accounts they are receipted to. Just a little quick on budget stuff. So again, this is in your packet. I'm not going to read it to you. There were some things that have caused, when you see negative numbers in some of those accounts, these are some of the reasons, and I focused on basic operations, so like our maintenance and operations. We were over, Kent explained to me today, he had done a comparison of basic cleaning supplies from 2019 to now. The cost per case for some of that stuff is 2 to 3 times more for paper towels or toilet paper, or, those are really tough on his budget. We've had some more repairs. We had to buy a new plow blade this year. I mean, that's $9,800, and just things we don't always plan for. The preventative maintenance and service contracts. So we do a lot of service contracts for our fire alarm systems, our elevators, our cameras, our inspections for their boilers, trying to do PMs for those. Lots more than that. Those all go up every single year. Using Data Wrangler will help. We talked a little bit about that at previous meetings, so I'm not going to talk about that. Probably where some of our biggest overruns this year so far have been in the capital maintenance area. Our 4th Street sidewalk project, we had budgeted about $30,000. It cost more like $110,000. A lot of that was needing to do more of the sidewalk, and believe it or not, we own part of that city street. It's called the Boulevard, where the parking stalls are. And when they were doing the sidewalk with the curb and gutter, the slope wasn't right, so we needed to replace a whole bunch of blacktop as well. So that was unfortunate. We had early in the year committed to doing all of the flooring at 4th Street, the part that wasn't part of the referendum, just to be done with it, right? We just decided, let's do it. We knew it might dip into fund balance, but we wanted to get it all done at the same time. It was the best way to buy the product and have the people install it. So that was more than we expected. We also had asbestos bills that were supposed to come last year and did not, that we had to pay for this year, asbestos abatement bills. We have district office elevator repair at $40,000. We have had the 2 companies that can come and look at it, try to repair it a couple different times. You get to the point where you have to work with the manufacturer of the elevator, and that's where we're at, and only they can come repair it. Elevators are something else. Salaries and benefits are running close to budgeted amounts. We have some locations that are running under, and it's hard for me to tell you that fiscal year to date percent is going to be the same for every salary location. It's not. We have some people that are paid on 12 months that start getting paid July 15th, and most of our staff starts getting their new pay September 15th. So those amounts are hard to say. For most salary budgets, we should be at about 58% right now. But because some people are paid 12 months, it's going to be higher. Another big area that I'm a little bit concerned about is our insurances, our property and casualty type insurances and work comp. Our property insurance, our agents are working hard to get us decent bids. The market for property insurance is really tough right now nationwide, and Black River Falls had a $2 million claim last year, and some other smaller $40,000 claims. And so I'm really nervous about what that's going to come in at for next year. Work comp has been, we were down, and then last year, we had a lot of claims last year for work comp. We're 33% higher for our premium this year. And when you're talking about it was a $70,000 premium last year, it's over $100,000 this year. Those add up. I mean, 40,000 here, 20,000 there. So we'll continue to watch those, and I will bring those quotes when we get those to you, probably in June. Fund 49 and 39, not much to say about those, so just we need to add a budget in for the pool project into the Fund 49 borrowing proceeds. You'll see that in your budget. Just kind of a summary on the basic needs. It might be time, so we've always been, I don't want to say lucky because that's not the word. It's always been known that if we overspend in one area, that likely another area is going to be underspent, and they're going to cancel each other out. We've usually grown our fund balance, so that's because revenues were a little bit more than expenditures most years. It has gotten way tighter, and our fixed costs don't go down. And so it might be time to look at increases to some of those budget centers that have those fixed costs, like our maintenance and operations and our transportation budget that has repairs and food, fuel, and those are the big pieces of their budget.
We haven't increased those in years.
I mean, over 10, right? But we've always been able to balance in the end, the budget's always been okay. It's getting way harder to do that. One thing we want to do yet in June is purchase one more bus. We need to do it. We have 9 buses now out of our 24 total buses that are 10 years older or 10 or years more. Years old or more. 10 or 11 years, most of them. They have 100 to 125,000 miles on them. We had bought 4 to 5 buses within a short amount of time several years ago, and all those are in that group. So we need to really look at those. So I am hoping that we have some year-end funds. I just don't know that yet. We have to spend out all our salaries and benefits yet. So we're trying to do that in the next few weeks, but I won't know that for sure. The worst case that would happen, we dip into our fund balance a little bit, which is still really strong. We're still in that 20 to 21% of our expenditures is in fund balance. So, and the reason for that is that helps us through all those times during the year when we don't have equalization aid coming from the state or property taxes coming in, that we can float our own bills. A lot of school districts have to short-term borrow to make payroll. We don't have to do that. So I don't ever want to get into a spot where we're having to borrow to meet payroll and expenses. But we really need to keep up on our bus. We used to do 2 buses a year. We've done 1 for the last several years because of budget cuts, and we just can't continue to do that.
Are we and I know that's been your plan, is basically everything's 10 years or younger, and 24 buses, right, 10 years, that math almost comes out. But with 9 buses is sold, not that we have the money, but are we in a position where we need to start having some 3-bus buying years, 3-bus years,
Yes.
just calling that?
Yes, that's why I said 1 or 2, 1, at least 1. So if we could, I'd like to do 2.
What did we pay for the last one?
$130,000.
One bus, $133,000?
Yes.
Discounted by bulk?
Yeah.
Is it electric?
And Chrissy brought those numbers last time, because I asked how much that had gone up, and I think the first year I was on the board, it was $89,000.
Correct.
It wasn't that long ago, they were in the 70s, and then we watched it creep.
Eighties,
So they're almost
110,
150% of the cost is
Yeah.
just 3 years ago.
So we could buy at least 1? Come on. And 9, we need 9.
Right, well, we have 1. 1 is in the budget.
Yep, 1 is in the budget.
Something is there.
So,
How many routes are there, like every day? I feel like there's gonna be kind of a
18.
a little bit of fluff, you know?
There's no fluff.
No?
We've reduced routes as
Oh.
lean as we possibly can. We've got people who are on the bus. We try to keep it under an hour, but some of them are
Right.
just.
Well, it just seems like you usually see at least once, a couple sitting there.
We have spares.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
We have a small bus spare and 2 or 3 big bus spares.
Right. Which I mean, if you have a spare, then if one's broke down,
Which we need sometimes for extracurricular. So sometimes our subs are coming in and like today softball got changed and by 9:30 this morning they needed a bus and a driver to go up to Rice Lake. So that's what the spares do
Right.
is run those
I
trips.
get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I know I see one of our buses south on 27 at like 6:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
I was hoping I was like, I hope we're in Sparta. And then the bus
Nope.
turned.
The bus ride from our place is over now.
Yeah.
I have a question, this might be really stupid, but the cost of a bus, $130,000, you guys who do mechanics and stuff, what is the price of replacing the motor?
I mean,
Versus
the problem
purchasing.
is, the problem with something like that is the whole thing, right? It's the suspension, it's the
Yeah.
drive line, it's the frame, it's the body, you know,
We were down
seats.
south,
Right.
maybe a little different, but with salt
Passing
and everything else
inspection.
up here.
Right.
So right now, we're in a situation where we do have repairs like that. We need to do $26,000. But, you know, this is starting to rust and that is starting to,
Yeah.
so then it starts adding up to even more and more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just that.
I mean, you can buy time and somewhat cost effectively, but then, I mean,
There's a line.
yeah. And these are not 100,000 easy miles, you know, these are
Right.
100,000 miles of salt-filled roads. Yeah,
Or we could buy someday electric bus, much cheaper. Diesel is expensive.
electric
It's
buses are
not
not cheap.
limited.
Not cheap?
No,
We could just put it in a tram.
Won't work in a winter time.
No, that's very expensive. It is in Minneapolis.
Melrose has an electric bus.
So back to the other part of the conversation was the reports and formats. I don't know, maybe you don't know what you're looking for yet, especially with all the new board members, right? You haven't been here long enough, but I can certainly run reports any way you'd like them.
Yeah, and we didn't approve expenditures yet, so we gotta make sure we do that before we move on. But my opinion is 10 o'clock at night is not the correct time for me to decide financial formats. So I appreciate those. I like the year-to-year comparison part. I also think a balance sheet is something that, I mean, that's your base financial statements, right? But yeah, so I think unless everyone feels differently, take some time,
Yep.
look at those, figure out what everyone wants to see, because this is what a previous board, none of us were on the board at that time. This is what a previous board wanted to see, so.
And we can vary according to content of the, subject matter content of the conversation to what reports we need to see and how.
Well, the monthly expenditures,
Oh, okay.
like that's what she's looking for, is just the base, like, so
Got it.
she'll run monthly expenditures every month.
Whatever format,
Yep.
okay.
So we just need to decide a format, we got all sorts of formats.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jill.
Yeah,
So
you're
I do need a
beautiful.
motion to approve monthly expenditures though.
I make a motion to approve monthly expenditures.
I second it.
Further discussion,
No discussion.
all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Alright. So So, thank you, Jill. We'll get back to you on
Yeah,
that
no
one.
problem.
Great, meeting minutes. I don't know what month was in there. I spent a lot of April. So is there any corrections or additions to that? Otherwise, looking for
I motion to approve the minutes from April. I second that.
further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Alright, motion carries. District admin report.
I would love to highlight the class of 2024 briefly. There are 27 senior scholarship applicants, and those 27 seniors are going to earn Wednesday night. They will be announced $143,750 in scholarships. Isn't that amazing?
That is awesome.
$143,758. That is unbelievable for our community. Whereas one student graduating with a 4.0 grade point average, that is Miss Kaylee Young Thunder. And then they said, assuming all term 3 classes end successfully, this graduating class will earn 845 post-secondary credits. 845 post-secondary credits already successfully under their belt and without parents having to pay tuition for that. That is amazing. And then Libby Seacard is the counselor who put this together. She goes, I hadn't calculated totals until now. Holy buckets. It comes from transcripted classes offered at our high school, individual courses taken at Start College Now, the Early College Credit Program, Dual Enrollment Academy, UW Green Bay, First Nations, all of those things. There are 5 students that are graduating with 30 or more credits. That's almost 2 semesters, right? 5 students are graduating with 20 to 29 post-secondary credits, and 17 students are graduating with 12 to 19 post-secondary credits. So that is pretty exciting. At graduation next Friday night, all the students who have earned post-secondary credits will be wearing striped cords at graduation. So that is exceptional for the class of 2024. I wanted to congratulate Coach Tubbs and our boys golf team because they earned the conference championship last week. So that is pretty exciting for them. Their softball team, there's lots of athletics happening right now. Our softball team is in round 2 of the regional playoffs. And track is at their regional meet tonight. We have one athlete who's first seed in the regional, so we'll hopefully see them going on. So lots of good things.
Thank you. WASB or other conference or workshop attendance.
I'm going to the July one, if anybody wants to go.
What's
So
the
what?
July one?
Is it the legal?
Yeah, it's the, no, it's about AI.
Oh.
Artificial intelligence in the school district. Thought that'd be
Like
kind of
a
interesting.
postcard that just came out
Yeah.
like today.
When is it?
I signed up for it last week or so, but it's in July. Just an FYI, I'm going. And I'll bring back a report for everybody.
Perfect.
Yeah, I feel like I had a conflict with that one. I'm really interested in that. School board connection opportunities.
I assume you've all told Mrs. Penza if you're going to be there for graduation?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes or
Perfect.
no, please RSVP. There's, tomorrow night is the Tiger Investment Club. I can't make it this year.
Wednesday night at Senior Scholarship. Graduation, can we just do a head count so we can confirm, because they're really concerned about seating up there. Are you planning on being there? Are you going to be there?
Yes.
Nick? Michaela?
I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
I'm not.
I will not be there.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
Amy, you're not coming?
They can save the cost of the
liable
blue
to
deer if
come,
they'd
no.
like, Shelley.
And Michaela, you're not?
I
Case
have
you
like
look
200
really
people coming to my house.
Right.
I'll give you mine, and then you
And
were
I'll
too.
be at
Which
Michaela's
is
house.
Thank you for
You
that.
are
I'll
the
make sure.
41.
I'll give yours to my wife. No, I'm just kidding.
For future agenda items, I put budget format down. Sure.
And I have 2 other future item agenda. Number 1, sitting here for many hours, sometimes I lose little bit concentration. Is it okay to have a 15 minutes break? To walk around the way Marty stood up in a future agenda to discuss about it. It is a good idea or a bad idea.
I mean, we can just do that.
No. If I go by myself, what if you talk good about me? I want to hear it.
Right, it's too.
Yeah, we can talk about that, yes.
So the future agenda, let's talk about 10 minutes or 15 minutes break. And
Anything else?
yes. Number 2, future agenda. Why we are torturing those folks? Why they are here? They are here for like 4 hours. They have to be up early in the morning, go to the school, and do their duties. So, future agenda, allow them to sit down for 2 hours, and if they want to go, they want to go. If they want to stay, stay. This is a recording, they can watch it whenever they want.
Okay, we can talk about that as well.
Okay, thanks.
But if the car, I would have been gone an hour and a half ago, you went.
You have to be in the school 7 in the morning. Good luck to you.
Alright, do we have a motion to adjourn? Alright,
I'll second.
alright, motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye, opposed?
No.
We are adjourned, 2:03.
Hey, I have something for you.
Talking for 30 minutes.
They will-
They read the.
That was very